It's 9 o'clock. Could you please stand and join us for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. We'll be with you in just a minute.
Okay.
We have, anyone want to approve the minutes of our last meeting?
Yeah, on the approved minutes.
Monday, April 21st, I'm sorry.
That's correct. I'll second it.
Been moved by Peterson and seconded by Arthur. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Aaron Cathcart, Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Detective, step change, wage classification from 60-8 to 60-9, wage from $32.50 to $32.96, effective 4/16/2025.
I'll move. Second.
Been moved by McCurry and seconded by Abendraw. Any further discussion?
I mean, we just went through the step changes and everything, so I guess this is an addition to the step change we just did.
Yes, it's a move up for him, I think.
I didn't see anything about promotion or anything, it was just an extra step change.
Lieutenant Detective.
Maybe we can hold on to it till Tom comes in and
Yes.
discusses things.
Yeah.
I mean, we asked him on, he had a few others in his department that were more than one step change, and we asked him to explain that.
That'd be good.
I think this would warrant that.
He's right
There
there.
he is
Right
now.
there.
Okay.
What I do now?
Go put you in the hot seat.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Get in front of the camera.
Question on the step change, for,
Aaron
for
Cathcart.
Cathcart. We had you explain the other ones that were more than one step change that we just finished, and this appears to be in addition to what we just approved on the
Yeah,
CP size.
he's just doing extra duties as a lieutenant, he's one of my lieutenants, and has been, at the top of the game when it comes to the radio issue, so he deserves a two-step.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No, I just want to be consistent.
That's right, we do, because we've asked anybody that took more than one step, so that's a bona fide question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Kelly Baker, Sheriff's Office, Dispatcher 1, new hire, wage classification 35-5, wage $22.48, effective 3/24/2025. Also moved.
I'll second.
Been moved by Thompson and seconded by McCurry.
I was gonna ask about that one too. I mean, is this a person with experience, whatever, or?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Kelly
Your
Baker.
dispatcher?
Oh, absolutely, yes, has worked here prior, left, came back, very, very competent, with
Okay.
several years' experience, yes.
Just noticed starting a little bit higher than the entry-level person.
I don't remember which step it is, but which step is it?
5.
5 I can use, I can go in and place in top 5.
Yeah,
The original total.
35.
Yeah, she's well worth that, believe me.
Okay,
That's one.
so have we voted yet?
No, we have not.
Okay.
That was discussion.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I lost my place for a moment. So is that, we'll wait till later to do the ones for Ryan, so.
Yes.
Is River City here? I believe so.
Absolutely.
So I guess we just will move on to USD 244. Is it Gerardo? Gerardo? Okay, Felipe, FBLA funding request.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Glad to have you all here.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So we are the Burlington chapter of Future Business Leaders of America, also known as FBLA. We are here requesting help funding our trip to the National Leadership Conference in Anaheim, California. There are several of us in here who were able to go to the National Leadership Conference last year to Orlando, Florida, and we have then qualified again. My name is Alana Rogers. I qualified on the parliamentary procedure team.
My name is JC Belcher. I qualified in client service. My name is Corinne. I qualified last year, but this year I did not qualify, but I am the vice president.
My name is Emma Bohannon, and I qualified on the parliamentary procedures team.
My name is Mackenzie Kruger. I also qualified on the parliamentary procedures team and in agribusiness.
My name is Brandon Haza. I qualified in financial math.
My name is Matthew Deckett. I also qualified in financial math.
Very good.
We also have one member who was not able to make it today, Arnesia Williams. She was also the fourth person on the parliamentary procedure team. And if you look on the second page of the overview, you can see how we all place at state. So to be able to make it to nationals, you have to place in the top 4 overall in your event. So all of us today placed 4th or better in our event to be able to go.
And that's across the whole state. That's not like 3A like Keisha. That's 1A through 6A.
What an accomplishment.
Yes, it is.
It's a big deal.
So moving on to the cost analysis. Brandon, you want to take over?
Yeah, we're going to be gone for 7 days. We leave June 27th and return July 3rd. And during our stay, we are required by the National FBLA Convention to stay in the Hyatt House. And we need 4 rooms, 2 for the advisors, 1 for the boys, and 1 for the girls. And that comes down to a total of $9,180 for the hotel, because we're spending 6 nights there.
Further continuing the cost analysis, we have the cost of flying. So our airfare cost would be $500 a person, which totals to about $4,500 as a total for airfare to get to nationals. We have done research and decided that $300 a person for food will be plenty for them. And then our registration fees, which are $195 per student that will be competing at the convention. And then the $100 for a chaperone to be able to go with us. So that total will be $1,565. And then we had to add in transportation costs once we get there. It's a very big city. We cannot walk everywhere. And so we estimated about $1,000 for transportation fees.
And then to add on to what Emma's saying, last year transportation was provided to and from the convention center. However, this year it is not. So we will have to find a way to get to and from the convention center.
Which leaves our total for our cost analysis to be $18,945 total.
We have done some funding to help try and alleviate the cost of that big sum of money. We have done in the past, we did the pulled pork and ribs fundraiser, which is a slab of ribs and a quarter bag of pulled pork. It's amazing, and Jack Bohannon smokes it all. It's so good. So we're doing that again, and it was a big hit last year. And we also are doing a dinner with chicken and dumplings, also made by Jack Bohannon. And we're doing that on May 9th at the high school, and there will be the band that's playing and other things like that. And so we're also doing that. We've done the concession stand at the BMS track meet, and we also just did the concessions for the spring fling the spring fling fundraiser thing at the craft fair. So we just did that on Saturday. But we are doing a lot of fundraisers, and last year we approached you guys about fundraising stuff, and we said that in turn we would do some community service for you guys. And we have held up our end of the bargain and done that community service as you guys requested.
We did a senior luncheon that we do every year, and we basically provide a lunch to any seniors in Coffee County that wants to come. and the band plays, and we serve them in the lunchroom, and we like put out tablecloths and stuff. It's really nice.
We also did the highway cleanup as a part of the community service with the NHS.
Why is FBLA important? FBLA stands for Future Business Leaders of America. FBLA has a code of ethics. We have selected 3 of these points to share with you because they resonate the most with us and the values FBLA has instilled in us. The first one is to seek to improve my community by contributing my efforts and my resources to worthwhile projects, to seek to profit from my mistakes and take suggestions and criticisms directed towards the improvement of myself and my work, and to approach each task with confidence in my ability to perform my work at a high standard. FBLA within Burlington High School aims to prepare students to be leaders within our community, to lead it and to grow and to be a more prosperous place for us all.
And with that, we'll wrap it up. Thank you guys all for your time. Without a community as supportive as Coffee County, we would not have gotten to where we are today. And we would love to answer any and all questions that you guys may have.
How much money have you guys, raised so far? Do you have any idea?
So, unfortunately, we do not have a total idea yet because with doing the different concessions and the fundraisers, we have not. So with doing the concessions, we do not get all of that money back.
So you get a percentage or something?
Yes.
Yeah,
And then also with any expenses that we still have to pay.
I understand.
So I have not seen a total yet. I think it's somewhere around $2,300, $3,000.
Okay.
Do you remember how much we made in the pulled pork fundraiser?
Last year.
I think it was like a lot though.
Yeah, we did raise a lot
Couple thousand.
from the pulled pork.
On the
and
pulled
ribs.
pork last year?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we expect to see that number again, just because people enjoyed it so much. Word got around town pretty quick that we were having some good food being sold, so. And I know a couple of us are planning to go around town and just be able to go advertise for ourselves that we are selling this and what this money is going towards. Are there any other questions?
You guys started out last year, the year before, the program had very few participants, and you've grown. Can someone talk about where you started and where you are now as far as membership?
So 2021, 2022, we had 8 members total with 2 national qualifiers. Last year we had grown to 92 members with 10 national qualifiers. This year we did drop a little bit, but we did just get a new advisor. And the advisor we had in the past was really good at recruiting people, and we did lose a lot of good seniors last year. And we just were not able to bring back all of those members. But seeing as we only have 34 members in the chapter, that we had 7 qualifiers, I think is incredible for us as a chapter.
Our advisor last year also recruited a lot of people that weren't exactly active, but they were in FBLA. We had about the same amount of people go to state that were like active members as we did this year.
Good.
Committed people.
So you held your active base.
Yeah,
Okay.
we held our stronghold of the people.
Right.
This is a question for your advisor. Do you have a junior high chapter?
No, we don't have one.
The school doesn't have one?
No, not at the moment, no.
The middle school has been working on getting clubs. I don't think they have any at the moment though, of any kind.
I know we tried starting a middle school chapter last year. The main issue with that was just finding an advisor to be able to, because they don't have a business, just finding a sponsor that was not already overwhelmed with other things to be able to lead that was the main issue. Next year I will also be the recruitment officer, so I plan on going down to the middle school and doing presentations and stuff for the upperclassmen, like the 7th and 8th graders there. And just telling them what FBLA is about and how to get involved in high school if we do not have a middle school chapter yet.
Something just so you guys know in here, you go into the courtroom, you get noticed if you're dressed up, so appreciate you guys coming in dressed up. That shows you're taking this seriously and want to present yourself as being professional. This is the forum to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, very nice presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think last year, who was here last year? You were, if you remember, I think it was stated that as county tax dollars, we probably wouldn't feel comfortable supporting this, even though we do support you kids, but there's other avenues of funds that are available. And so what you students do is you come in and present yourselves well, and you outline the programs, and that's just part of the program and that's just part of the procedure of getting the funds that's available. And I guess enough said for me, but I think that's where the commission stands. And I'm just speaking for myself, but I think that's where we stand right now.
Where you got money last year was from diversion funds, which is not taxpayer money. That's if you've ever been pulled over for speeding and got a ticket and you want to keep it off your record and you qualify, that's diversion money.
You don't need to raise your hands.
Did I? They didn't raise their hands, but I saw some smiles.
Couple of them told themselves, didn't they?
I've never got it. Been pulled over.
Or it's from criminals who commit misdemeanor or felony offenses and they get a diversion. What they get out of it is, at the end, if they complete the diversion terms and conditions, it doesn't get put on their record, and then there's a benefit, community benefit, and that type of thing. I'm not sure if the sheriff.
So we do the same thing. We use it for drug and seizure money. So if you see anything done at the fair, all the stuff we give the kids, that's from the drug dealers. You want to do drugs here and you have money or you have a vehicle, we're going to take it, we're going to seize it, forfeit, and sell it. So we put that back into the schools and the kids. It's all about you coming back, doing what you're doing here. We want you to come back here when you graduate, the college. We want you to come back here and make a living here and make a life. And I applaud you all for being here, for what you're doing. You're dressed appropriately. It shows.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll sit down, we'll evaluate. We had another group in last week, and then right behind you, there's another group. So we want to be fair to all of the groups in the county, and that's what we plan on doing. But I'll let you guys know here pretty quick what the financial contribution from the county attorney's diversion fund, and I'll know what the sheriff plans on providing.
Same thing. We'll get together and we'll let you know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep,
Does
appreciate you
anyone else
coming in.
have any questions before we leave?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. What will be the best time to follow up and with who?
Probably by the end of the week.
End of the week? Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
And with who? Secretary?
Just call the county attorney's office or shoot an email. He and I'll get together and we'll have an answer for you by the end of the week.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And you presented yourselves really well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Either way.
Thanks for being here.
Good day.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been old.
Good deal for when you come in. Next one.
I don't know.
Yeah, you should have. Burlington, Kidland.
What's that? You know.
I'm not sure. It's another club in the high school.
Something about making an intern as a competition.
Oh, wait. Last time they had us sitting down. Well, last time they had us sitting down.
Well, we can do whatever. Are you ready for it?
So, Burlington Kidwin funding request. Good morning.
Morning.
Well,
Ready for us to roll?
Tell us what
All right.
you got going on.
All right, good morning, my name's Brian Bruning. I'm a science teacher at the high school, and I teach the chemistry, physics, and we also have an engineering pathway. This is our second year with the program, and KidWind is one of the ways I've got the kids involved in doing all the iterations from CAD software to looking at the mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and so on and so forth. We've been involved with KidWind for 3 years, and it's grown every year. I'll let the kids talk about our project and introduce themselves. We'll start out here with Gavin. Just introduce them.
I'm Gavin Jenkins. I'm a senior at Burlington High School.
Isaac Rinker, I'm a senior at Burlington.
I'm Matthew Deckett. I'm a senior.
I'm Cameron Davis, and I'm a junior.
I'm Logan Farrar, and I'm a junior.
I'm Eli Grove, and I'm a junior. I'm Tate Steiner, and I'm a junior.
We prepared a handout.
Who's starting your phone? So KidWind World, what made at least me want to go into it, is watching students and teachers get involved by using science and technology to come together and, form a product that we can be happy with. And this renewable energy is not just, using solar or wind, but I think it makes lifetime, goals, or at least not goals, but skills that I can carry on into a job or a career, and something I've been really proud of doing at Burlington High School. What is KidWind? KidWind offers education materials, workshop, and competitions for the students to learn about wind power and its applications. Like when you start out with just a little itty-bitty KidWind generator, and that's your regional competition. That's all you're allowed to use. Then you make it past regionals. You go into state. You can move into the open class generator or home built. This one is a home built generator.
So we've already done a little bit of funding of our own. We've reached out to the community to get some sponsors. We've gotten sponsors through both FCS and Four Rivers to help ease the funding. And we've also gone through the effort of getting a bunch of concessions. We've worked those a good few times this year. We've put in effort to make some of our own food and items for the concession stands, like pulled pork and such, to help alleviate the burden.
Currently, we're doing a Casey's Card fundraiser, and we're passing this out to the community to help fund us to go to Worlds, and also our team T-shirts, and yeah.
And where's this held at?
This year it's at Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix. I'm just curious, have you gone before the school board to ask for any funding or anything?
We have. In our first year, we were fully funded, and then this is our third year going, and as things have progressed, there's been other groups asking for funding to the national competitions, and it's just they've not been able to fund everyone, and so they've made the commitment to help us fund school-owned transportation. So the first year we drove to Boulder, second year we drove to Minneapolis, and then this year they'll pay for our vehicle and our fuel and the parking to drive to the airport, leave it, and come back.
Sure. Okay.
Yep.
No, I was just curious.
Yep. And then our competition is unique in that the KidWind Worlds is largely funded by sponsors, and so there's actually no cost to attend. The only cost is getting yourself there and staying.
How many days is this?
3 days.
And maybe it's in here, I just didn't see it.
Yeah, no, it's 3 days. So we fly out Sunday, and then they have a chance to go through all of the tunnels, which I just didn't talk to you about that. And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are the competition elements.
What are the dates of it?
May 18th through the 21st. Do you want to tell them how Worlds is different from the regionals?
Yes. So we've already gone to regionals and state and done pretty well. Worlds is essentially just nationals, but they also invite people from other countries. But essentially you go there and it's 3 days of testing, modifying, optimizing wind turbine to try and make as much power in different speeds of wind tunnels as you can. And there are other challenges like instant challenges like there's a knowledge quiz on like general know-how of renewable energy and how energy is calculated and efficiency. And then there's also instant challenge, which is like a hands-on thing to kind of, how would you describe it? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it varies, right? So at the regional competitions, they had to build their own generator, and this team was unique in that they've already been building a generator, so it was.
So is this a competition out
This
there?
is a competition, yep. And so our first year was really a survival year. Actually, Isaac was one that went with us our first year. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
It was a survival year. Last year, we were the top performing team in our class, and we came back learning the way that it scored and things, or we came back, we built our own generator, or it's another group is using the one that we bought on Amazon and optimizing it, and then also the 3D printed blades. We have a student, Caston Payer, he's actually golfing today, but he's the one that designed and printed our blades, and I think he's made 12 of them.
Yeah.
We've learned on how to keep them together as the thing goes on, and the kids wouldn't mind setting it up. You can look at the window, whatever, to see it spin. This thing cuts at 1,500 RPMs. So I mean, it churns. You want to tell them about the cost that we're gonna?
Yeah, so as I'm sure you guys saw in the pamphlet, we've raised $2,550 so far, but our total cost for the trip is going to be roughly $6,125. So that's $3,500 in flights, which is $500 per person, and then $1,500 for transportation while we're there. $725 for transportation, $1,500 for living, $400 for shipping. So we're requesting $3,600.
Because I don't think they would like to see this base on the airplane. And actually, we talked to one of the young men he was one of the fellows who works for Kidwin, the national area. He said, hey, when I brought my generator on the airplane, they thought it was a bomb. And they actually tore it all apart. So I suggest you ship it, and that's going to incur quite the cost. Our program has seen quite a few, I would call it a success story. Brendan Devening, his mom works here down the hallway. He initially was going into accounting and computer software, and he's now committed to K-State for mechanical engineering. And he's been because of Kidwin, his involvement in Kidwin, he'll be working with the K-State Extension, the Kansas Energy Program, up there in Manhattan. So it's a great opportunity for the kids and get their face out there. Anything else you wanted to add, guys?
Questions?
Do you have any other questions for us?
You got?
Everybody here want to go into engineering?
Yep.
Pretty much. Yeah.
All but maybe.
I'm going into music education.
And I want to be an elementary teacher.
And actually, this is the Kidwin. They have through the Kansas Energy Program and also the Kidwin, the national organization. They have tons of resources for us, all bounded into standards. And Cameron can bring this into her classroom someday and work with the kids. And the littles are the ones that are the funnest to watch. They actually show when they're excited when things go on. I mean, this group, you can see smile, curl up when things work when they've been struggling all day. This is something that she can definitely bring into her classroom someday. What's cool about these groups, no one does everything. You know, I have one young man who's working on the aerospace engineering and make sure those blades spin. Another one a couple who've done the mechanical engineering and using the CAD software to design the gears and put together the drivetrain. Someone else, like Gavin and Logan, have worked on the generator, and this is they've built 3 different ones, trying to find the sweet spot. What have you changed? I mean, you've changed number of coils.
We've changed gauge of wire, we've changed the way we wire Delta R Star, we've changed, like, to optimize for speed and torque, we've changed throughout all iterations.
So that generator has 6 different coils of wire that'd be around, about 500? Mm-hmm. 500 wraps. And that's what makes it a home-built generator, is that you place the magnets and you wound the stator yourself. We've learned a lot through this process.
Do you know about how many teams you're going to be competing against at Worlds or whatever you
Upwards
call it?
towards 25 in your grade, in your class, maybe? Yeah, 25. There's probably over 70 teams. And like I said, it's a worldwide competition. There was a team from Taiwan, Mexico last year, and I know Taiwan's planning on returning. They were actually right next door to us, and it was a experience these kids get, you know, they get to go and meet people from all over the world. You're right, Maya. Oh, it is? That looks like 5. You give me a hard time?
Who's gonna hold your work up? It's kinda hidden back there.
Keep it up here. Maybe, why don't you talk to the parks? Sounds like they might be interested in that.
Get up as one.
So we have 2 teams going, actually. So this is the Wind Wizards. Wind Wizards, raise your hands. All right, so talk about your parts of this.
We made gears, which are in here. Red and blue. So you can see it better. I can just hold it.
And so why do you change the gears?
To optimize how much this can produce in torque to get to here, so we can make as much as possible. If it's too high, it won't stand. If it's too low, we won't make enough.
So dependent on the wind velocity, that's why you.
Correct.
How strong the wind is decides how much torque it can make, and higher torque can handle higher gear ratios, and we want to ideally spin the generator as fast as possible.
Like you said, so this thing I think is approximately 1 to 25. So one spin of the blades turns the generator 25 times. So when the blades are spinning 1,000 RPM, the generator is spinning 25,000 RPM. It's spinning fast.
So do all the other teams compete on the same project as wind turbine, or do they select different projects?
There is one other solar project that we did last year and competed in nationals. My team did. And last year I saw a bunch of the other home build generators teams, and I really wanted to do that this year, so I switched over to the turbine.
I guess what I'm getting at is it like a science fair where everybody has different projects that they bring in?
I would
Or
say
everybody has the same target goal to achieve?
Singles.
Approximately, there are 3 different classes.
Okay.
So everyone starts with that tiny 2-watt generator. And so that's the Kid Wind Gen, and then Wind Monkeys. You guys are, you're open, so
Yeah.
that is where you are using manufactured
Yeah,
coils.
any prefab generator from an outside source.
And then you also have the home built, which is what the Wind Monkey Gen, which is what that is, yeah.
So you're like limited on blade size or different
Yes.
things?
So
or-
yeah,
That's
what's the
fit
tunnel?
in the wind tunnel.
How big is the wind tunnel?
4 feet by 4 feet.
4 feet by 4 feet.
4 foot cube.
Okay.
At World, they have multiple different types of tunnels. There's the normal, and it goes about like 4 feet a second.
3 meters per second.
3 meters per second. And then there's another one that's the same, but you have to change the pitch of your blades with it. And the yaw tunnel.
It yaws, yeah, so they put on a Lazy Susan, and they turn it, and their turbine has to yaw. What yaw means, it actuates into the wind to keep spinning, which is what they, the old windmills had to do to pump your water, and then what they controlled them, the ones out in the field.
Aimed by a tail, had a tail on them.
Yep.
Facing into the wind.
And then what's your favorite tunnel?
Oh, the high speed, the killer. They got one in there that is like an industrial turbine fan, and they have a whole little control panel. It's great. You like turn it up, you crank it. I don't think I've seen a single turbine make it to max wind speed in there without blowing up. So this is my favorite.
It goes, it's 10 meters per second, and we have some pretty good videos of ours. The first time, so under here, the Lazy Susan bearing, and the first time they had theirs in, I think it was Logan's group, it just peeled the whole thing back. So when we came back and Caston Payer's not here, he just tore the whole thing apart and screwed it back together so they could get it to survive. They call it the...
Do you think it's like the same speed as the collegiate one?
It's not quite, but so this, in the past, this competition happened at the same time as the collegiate competition, which we mean K-State engineering was there, and so they get to work with those engineering, the future, see what their future. And you guys were at the K-State table all the time. Actually, Brendan was always at the K-State table.
Yeah, K-State team.
theirs blew up in the wind tunnel. They control theirs. They have to be able to change the pitch of their blades on a whim. They use microcontrollers, and Casson has a microcontroller he's putting on this as well. Really, it's a computer he wants to make it yaw with motors, which they did last year. They used a joystick and they made it turn. They were the only team that did that. This group was.
We also did the heat sink.
Yeah, they made it
cool the generator. We got the generator, well, we got the basic one, which is about that big. And we overproduced even with the cooling, and it was cool. We got it to, it started glowing blue because it was arcing.
Yeah, the amps exceeded the brushes, and it was arcing the brushes, and that's where we're like, nope, we're done with this little thing. Like, we're gonna bring back our own.
Level up, so we went to that.
I was curious, how often do y'all meet, or what kind of time commitment is there to prepare for these competitions?
So two-thirds of these kids are in my engineering class. And then the rest of us, we actually meet once a week during our STEAM club time, during our power hour at the high school. So there's quite some time commitment.
I also do some myself outside of school, working on modeling and drafts and such.
He's always on CAD. Always on CAD. Like, there's been 3 or 4 different projects that he's been working on all year.
Our group will sometimes get together on weekends and just work on stuff that we need to do.
What's the approximate output?
This one has gotten 2 watts, 60 joules in 30 seconds, but we want to start trying to push 100 since we know that this one works. So we're thinking about another generator and messing with more wiring, stronger magnets, and different gauges.
Which he has what he's working on in the classroom right now, just hasn't quite got the wiring down. And then yours your generator hit
75
at state, and then we come back home and we got it to hit 120 joules, so it was 4 watts. Which for its size, I mean, one of the tunnels they measure their efficiency, so they measure the sweep area of the turbine, and you multiply that by the air density and the wind speed, and it'll tell you how many watts are in the air. What's it called? The Bites limit? That's the right name? Only approximately 60% of the energy in the wind can be transferred into electrical energy. All the losses from everything. It's everything, yeah. In mechanical exchange, the electrical exchange. So they're limited.
Anytime you transform energy, you lose.
You can hear it. When it's turning, you can hear it losing energy.
Yeah.
Hear the entropy.
The entropy, yeah.
At Worlds, what are the prizes? What do you get if you're place at the top?
A little sheet.
We get a trophy.
No prizes.
We get a trophy. I feel that at least that one group was kind of shorted. The way the scoring worked, and we realized it this past year, if you use airfoil blades, you got a higher score than having flat blades, and if you used open generator or home built generator, you also got higher scoring in the judging panel. So even though they have the 3 different classes, their little generator is only able to produce 2 watts. So even though they were maxed out, and I mean the one group doubled everyone else's energy production, and yet they still didn't. So we took that information, we came back, and the first day of class, we said, "What do you guys want to do?" "We want to be on the stage." "All right, let's do it. Learn what we need to learn, and let's do it." So get the feeling of superiority.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights.
It's well worth it.
That's big.
Yep.
The commissioners, I don't want to speak for them, but taxpayer money is something they don't feel should go to these type of projects, but myself and the sheriff who's sitting behind you, we have discretionary funds that are not taxpayer money for the county attorney. If you've ever had a speeding ticket or somebody has committed a criminal or felony offense and they get a diversion. And I had speeding tickets when I was your age, so it's not that big a deal. Just don't do it too much. But to keep it off of their record, will pay a little extra, and at the end of that divergent period, which is a contract or an agreement with the county attorney's office, it ends up not going on their record. They pay that extra fee, and over the course of time, that fund accumulates money, and that's what I use to give back. The sheriff, I'll let him tell you about where his money comes from.
So drug dealers is where my money comes from. If I make a seizure of money or your vehicle, you're going to transport drugs in Coffee County or sell drugs, I'm going to take everything you have. And so if we seize your vehicle because you've been transporting drugs, I forfeit that through the court system, then I sell it. And that money goes into a special law enforcement trust fund. And I take that money and I give back to the kids, to the students, to those groups just like you that come out here. And if I feel it's necessary and deems necessary for a good project, then I'll more than happily donate to it. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you for your time.
Very
Thank
well.
all of you for your time.
Great presentation.
So you guys gonna get the chance to ship this back, or are you gonna have it destroyed in the wind?
No, well, that's part of the cost. It's $200 each way to ship it.
So that's the $400 covers both ways.
Bring it back, yeah, because half of these kids will be back next year, and parts of this will still be involved in their projects.
Good.
And,
I mean,
Good.
there's things.
and we're also trying to be, the whole thing is about renewable energy, and so they're we got to be conservationists on that too. And this plastic, our printing plastic, is called PLA, and it's actually it's plant-based. So if you stuck those blades in the ground, they would eventually decompose.
What were you saying?
I mean, for last year, there's stuff you might still be using the same thing you've used your first year you started.
I see.
We were using some of my years from the first or second year. This is the second year. The first year, which was last year, we were still using some of the gears all the way up until about state that we had used the previous year.
And our group is relatively young. We've only been involved in Kidwin for 3 years. There are team competition coaches who have been doing it for 8 or 9 years. So I keep all the extra things, and I have a shelf in the back of the classroom that's all the past ideas. And so I just hand out stuff to my next group of engineering students to say, make it better. That's really what it's all about. Make it better.
Great.
Take this, innovate, move forward. Well, thank you.
Thanks very
Myself
much.
and the sheriff will get together. We've got funding requests from you guys and two of the Waverly and Burlington FBLA groups, so we'll have to get together and we'll get you something. Probably won't be the full amount, but something is better than nothing, right?
We appreciate anything you can give us.
Appreciate you guys coming in and giving the presentation. Thanks for doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I tried to pull out on Friday, it was pulling out the whole shaft.
All right, have a good day.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Yes, they're up there. Okay, we need to call Dan Burke. Okay, we have to call him on the phone.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So, I mean, if you wanted, you could maybe do the others that are here,
Go ahead.
and then we can call Dan and
Do these guys, that suits everybody since they're here.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good, how about you, Steve?
Good.
I guess we'll skip to Roger Cole, Library Board Interest.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, how you doing today?
Good, come on up if you would, please. Tell us.
Okay, very good.
You could tell us about your interest in the job and about yourself, just whatever you want to share with
So
us.
I've lived here in Coffee County since 2009. Originally came from Iowa. I worked for the Rural Electric Cooperative here. I retired last May, and I've always been interested in community activities and have been active in my church and served on various committees in my church. And wanted to do something more for the community. I thought, now that I'm retired, I have some more time, and possibly I saw the advertisement for the library board, and I was interested, and
Good.
I just thought that that would be something, some way I could serve in the community.
Sure, or I do, I know we all do, commend you for your interest. It's hard to get enough good volunteers for all these different boards that we had, so.
I'm sure that's true.
Yeah. I really appreciate that. I know everyone else does too.
Very good.
Anybody have any questions? Any questions for me?
Ron, why have you seeked out to be on the library board?
I've always been, I just remember going to the library in a small town when I was a young person in elementary school, and, you know, we visited the libraries in the various communities we lived in, and I've been to the one here several times, and I realized how wonderful the facilities they have here and throughout the county. I thought, I saw that open position, and I thought that might be something that I could do and I'd be interested in doing, is seeing what I could do to help promote the library.
What do you see as the primary responsibility of the library board?
Well, that's one of the things I was gonna ask you folks, is what their main commitment, what their main, what they do. I mean, do they set policy? Do they manage personnel? You know, how do they function as a board with the library?
Of course, they do it with the library, but I think they do both, everything that you said. I mean, they're.
Okay. Well, and I'm interested in.
No, I mean, they do. They set policy, and they got their own personnel they manage and everything, but,
I would say their building structures.
Yeah, so maintenance.
And being the position I had at the cooperative, at the Rural Electric Cooperative, I mean, I was involved in all of that. I mean, you know, helping with personnel, setting policy, and so I do have some experience in that area. Not on the board side of it necessarily, for my job, but on the administrative side of it. And served in various committees in my church. I'm now on the trustees committee at the Lebo United Methodist Church, and so they take care of the buildings, things like that. That's one of the things that they are focused on. You know, doing staff parish relations committees. In the previous community I was at, I was on the county compensation board to help decide on compensation for county employees and things like that. So I do have some experience in those areas.
I was saying they do have their own budget fixed.
Right. And I've been involved in budgets as well.
Figured you had.
Any other questions?
I'm curious, when you moved from Iowa, is that, you came to Burlington to work for the cooperative?
Yep, came to Burlington to work for the Rural Electric Cooperative. Yep.
And you're retired and planning on retiring here and staying?
Yep. We have no plans to move at this point in time, so.
So I don't have anything else. Okay, well, thank you very much for your interest.
All right, very good. How many candidates are there, may I ask?
3.
2 or 3.
2 or 3, yeah.
Two for sure.
Yeah. Thought there was one more. Might have it in the other
I
room.
don't think Terry reapplied, did she? She's currently in that seat.
Tracy?
No. Terry Martin.
Teresa?
Yeah, she didn't do it. Maybe she's here too.
I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me this morning, and if you have any questions later on, don't hesitate to call me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Have a good day.
How you doing, Wayne?
We're doing pretty good.
Well, I guess.
Wore out person, I'm not doing too bad.
Good, good. Well, Wayne, I guess we'll just call you up. Wayne has airport board interest. So good morning.
Morning. I know about everybody here, don't I?
Probably so. As far as I know, you do.
So, what do you want to hear from me?
Just what your interests are on the board and.
Well, I started out there with the first shovelful. When they broke ground for it, worked for the contractor to build it, done most of the construction layout, surveying on it, moved the utilities, had took flying lessons out there.
You still fly?
No. I took that, sold my airplane and used that money to start the business.
I see.
Yeah. So, figured I might as well go all the way and see if I can get on the board.
Okay. Well, as I told Roger before, we definitely appreciate your interest in, volunteering, because it's difficult to get enough people involved.
And well, that's the other thing, being retired, I gotta find something to do.
I understand.
Guess I can ask kind of the same question also. What do you see as the primary responsibility of the airport board?
Oversight of not only the personnel and the budget and the land, buildings, everything. Whatever comes up, I expect airport manager to bring them kind of subjects to us, and we'll have to look at it and decide what, and if you don't agree with something, give him a chance to change your mind.
Right. Right. That's what we need, is an open mind for all these positions, so.
Are there any projects out there right now, or projects you think should be happening soon out there?
I haven't kept up with them as much as I should. I used to be. I'd go in there every month or so and talk to them, but it's been a year or so since I've been in, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
I'm interested in, what we're gonna do with the land, what the plan is out there, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Anything else we think of to ask him?
I don't have anything.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks for your
Thank
interest,
you.
Wayne. Appreciate it.
Do you want to call Damon?
Yeah.
Okay, here's his number.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Wayne.
Hey, good morning, Damon. Hey, this is Wade Thompson. We're calling you here from the commission meeting, and got you on the agenda here to talk about your interest in renewing on the planning board. So I guess one of the questions we ask is, I guess you can tell us a little bit about yourself and what your interests are in being on the board.
Well, I'm David Burke, obviously. I'm a rural carrier in Leroy. Then we also have a family farm and ranch in Gridley. So that's 4 miles north of Gridley. And got a wife and 4 kids. Lifelong Fulton County resident, except for the 4 years that I went to a 4-year state. I guess interest in the planning board, I guess I was approached by a few people to do it, and I just enjoy doing it, I guess. It just gives me some interest in things and keeping busy in the county, and I just like to volunteer and help out if I can. So,
Sure.
I guess that's about it. So, you guys got any more questions?
Damon, Steve McCurry, you've been on the planning board, is this your first term?
Yeah, I took over Jacob Snyder's.
Oh, okay.
I think in October was my first meeting, I believe, for November, something like that. So,
Okay. Very good.
So you're enjoying it so far?
Yeah, I do. I enjoy it. Makes me think a little bit, so.
Yeah.
I need that, so.
Keeps the mind young, right?
Yeah, that's right. So, no, I mean, we're going through a lot of stuff, a lot of paperwork and reading, but there's a lot of cleanup work that needs to be done, so. Just, I enjoyed doing it. I had my first case a couple months ago. That was interesting, so. That was for the new vet, I think they're wanting to build.
Right, right.
So, which was good.
Okay.
Anything we can do to make our county better is good, so.
Damon, this is Todd Barker. Do you see any conflicts of interest that you would have with the zoning board?
I'm having trouble hearing.
It was Todd Barker asked, if you see if any conflicts of interest you would have with the zoning board.
No, I don't see any conflicts at all. Unless I would have a family member wanting to rezone something or something like that, but that's kind of typical if you're on board anyways.
Well,
Unless he had a family member wanting to rezone something or whatever, would be the only thing. So,
pretty much covered it.
yeah, I guess it's not like being on the airport board or something where we've got a facility to take care of or anything, so we wouldn't have some of the same questions we've had for other people so far here, but, I can't think of much else.
I don't have anything.
Yeah, that's fine, so.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, Damon. We appreciate you being on there, taking the time to volunteer.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys too, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bye.
He did a pretty good job on there, the short few months.
I was gonna say, he's just been on there for,
5 or
October.
6 months.
Yeah, 5 or 6 months.
Yeah, yeah.
He approached with a lot of good questions. He was a pretty good asset for him.
Yeah.
Good, good. That's our goal, you know? Okay. So you wanna take us a break?
You gotta do that public hearing.
Oh,
I don't
that's
know,
right.
do we need to
Yeah,
go, do
10
you,
o'clock, that's around the corner,
It
isn't it?
is.
do you need to open it again and then, I don't know. Let me see, let me get Wade.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna get Wade.
Yeah.
Putting it on here. Did you find it, Wade? I said, did you find it?
Keeps wanting to lock that. Okay, here we go.
I'll ask you real quick before you leave.
Treatment, right.
Okay. Yeah, we just open it and then ask for any comments and then close it basically. Need help?
Okay, we don't need to go through all of that.
All I do, Mike, is just keep on pushing buttons.
Do they need to go through all
until
this?
this happens.
Wade just says to open it,
I like that.
ask for any public comments and then close it.
Okay, that's what he wants to do.
That's what he's trying.
We'll go on with the attorney.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't really know how we were gonna handle that, so.
Any questions, you're good?
We'll start here when it clicks over.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Do I have a motion to enter into a public hearing at 10 a.m. for the purpose of a hearing reset on case number SU 2025-01?
I'll move.
I'll second.
Been moved by Peterson and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Do you need to say anything, or?
No?
You just say what
You just wanna say what we're doing, what the
Yeah.
it is, and then we can go from there.
Yeah. Do you wanna go ahead?
I can do that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fine.
okay, so, what we have in front of you today is, again, we're looking at case SU 2025-01, which was establishment of an animal clinic or hospital with outside runs or pens. You guys had previously approved it, back at the beginning of April, and now reconsidering it due to, needing to reconsider it for, procedural, procedural issue that occurred, so we're correcting that procedural issue today. So nothing has changed, still the same thing, still doing the same thing. Motion in front of you was a recommendation for approval from the planning board. It was unanimous as well. They did attach a couple conditions onto it as well that would be on the resolutions that I have here in front of me. Conditions were, they shall follow the recommendations of environmental health for all environmental sanitation requirements according to the Coffee County Sanitation and Environmental Health Code, and if the applicants are able or unable to get a breezeway between the two buildings, the following zoning regulations requiring the buildings having a minimum distance of 10 feet between them will be waived to allow the buildings to be closer. So that would be what you're looking at today. Unless you have questions for me.
Okay, so then, I'm ready to ask for, are there any comments or objections from the public? Hearing none, does that mean we're ready to close then? I have a motion to close the public hearing at 10:02.
So moved.
I'll second.
Been moved by Abendroth and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Move it to page 3 on number 1. I forgot the little A behind it, which can add a little A. It'd be resolution 2025-945 little A. So it would be the new one, if you guys decide to do that motion.
Yeah, we did number 1.
You did number 1 last time, so it would be a little A behind it too, because if you do a motion for approval, if you're going to repeal 2025-945 with the new resolution 2025-945A.
On number 3 here.
Okay, so I need to put that in.
This is the resolution number.
So you need to redo that resolution, right?
He wants us to
make a
repeal it.
motion
Oh, repeal,
He's gonna
okay.
repeal it here.
Okay,
She's gonna write
If
it
they
up.
do a
I'm multitasking very well right now.
What date can you do that, April 7th?
Yes.
I was gonna make a motion for, related to number 1, using that wording. Is that appropriate?
Just add a little A behind it.
Yes.
With a number, and then yes, that is appropriate.
Okay, and by majority vote, I move to adopt the findings and factors and recommendation of the planning board on case number SU-2025-01 and to approve resolution number 2025-945A for establishment of animal clinic or hospital with outside pens/runs.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Peterson and seconded by Barker. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We got that corrected. Good idea.
Thanks, Heidi.
And we'll take a break maybe.
Well, Amber's here, and then you can probably take one after Amber. You can do that.
No breaks for the wicked.
Apparently not. Okay. Emergency Management Monthly Update.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay. Tower project. The Leroy site where the tower is going to be has been cleared and cleaned, and the lot has been gravelled. If you drive by it, it looks amazing compared to what it did look like. It was all overgrown jungle with a bunch of trash. So highway department came in and cleared it out so that we could set the tower there, and then I think they put a few of their bleachers and stuff back on the site, but it looks really nice. So that was a good improvement.
Where's that located at?
It's just south of the school.
About a block or two
Yeah,
Okay.
just like on the other side of the. is that-
I think it's 9th.
Yeah, I think.
South or north of the school?
South. Is that like a ball field, I think?
Yeah.
Just south of there, it's on the other side.
Okay, 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 I know where you're talking about now.
Martin is meeting with Evergy for electric for the towers and MT Networks on the fiber, so they're in the beginning talks of what that's gonna look like. And Hayden Tower, which is the, what do you call it? Contractor who's doing the project, has submitted licenses for us to the FAA so that we can have clearance for the towers. On April 10th, the Libro siren went down. I'm kind of thinking I should collaborate with those wind kids that were in here working on my sirens, because they sound like they know what they're talking about. My niece was in that group. So we had our siren company come, and they replaced out what they said was a worn-out collector ring that was keeping the brushes from making contact inside the siren head, which made it not able to sound. So it could spin, but the brushes weren't working, so it didn't make any noise.
And get the electricity
Yep,
in the siren.
it was a silent siren. So they came and fixed it. It was back up, it's been tested, and it's working good. So Lebo siren is back up and running.
Good.
We had to do this, I believe, was it Leroy? I think Leroy had the same problem, and we fixed it. So I imagine that it's going to be a thing. And it's something where you have to have the big truck, and you have to get up, and you have to remove things from the top of the siren. So it's not.
Company out of Oklahoma.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it's not something that Martin can do, unfortunately. So when this goes on with the other 11 sirens, we're going to have to call them back. And it's about $1,000 just to have them come here. But I've got it in my budget, and we'll get it taken care of.
While they're here, can they maybe service?
Just do them all?
together?
That's what I thought about. We
Yeah.
didn't know that this was going to be the same issue as the Gridley one, but Martin's going to talk to them about what kind of maintenance we can do and what they can do when they come back again.
Okay, 'cause I'm sure save a lot of money on
Yeah.
traveling out of Oklahoma.
I offered they could stay at my house, but nobody took me up on that. I don't know. We had our National Weather Service Public Weather Talk on March 20th. We had around 55 people in attendance. Tonight, looks like we could have some thunderstorms after midnight. Could be strong to severe, large hail. They're talking about up to golf ball size hail tonight, damaging wind gusts. Should all move out by 6 a.m. today, tomorrow, 6 a.m. tomorrow. So our Wolf Creek pre-exercise went pretty good. How'd you guys feel being new to that whole process? It's quite chaotic, right? Like,
I thought it went well for as many people as you had involved with it, and then the feds and the state throwing curveballs at you all the time.
you like to do
I
that?
think there was some hiccups, but you guys seemed to work through all of that, and I commend you for it.
Good, thank you, thank
So
you.
everything went well.
Good.
Yeah, I think it's, intense would be a better word than
Yeah.
chaotic to me. I think you're very well organized. Yeah, because that's what it's, to me, it's what it's all about is, hey, an issue comes in, we've got to try to regroup and figure out how to handle this.
Well, and so I feel like I have all of our people, including you guys, checklists down to the pick up the phone, do this, do that. So I think that the state has to beef up their hiccups and throwing things at us. You know, they have to beef up when they're trying to really mess with us.
Yeah, if they didn't jack with us, it'd get over too quick,
yeah,
is
we'd
what
be done.
you're saying. We're totally
Yeah.
organized.
Yeah, we'd be
Really?
done.
What kind of feedback did you get from the
So that's what I was going to talk about is, so the evaluators only had a few comments. They suggested that we get a digital clock in the EOC to sync up once we are activated because some of the times were different in the drill. I know it, a long time ago we had clocks in the EOC that we would sync with Wolf Creek. And I do know that Wolf Creek's clocks were a little different than ours because when dispatch would get a call, their time was different than our time. So I'm going to look into seeing how we can do that. But we took the clocks down because, I don't know, we took them down, and I don't remember why we took them down. There was a reason, but,
They need to check their cell phone and set their clocks out there. is
right,
what you're
yeah.
saying.
Well, and I think that's why we took them down, because everybody has a cell phone, and our computers are tied to the same time as everything else. I mean, I'm not sure why we took them down, but I'll get some of them back up. No big deal. They suggested I delegate some tasks because they thought I was too busy. They say that every time, but they were highly concerned that dispatch didn't pass on some of the critical information they had that was called in from the SimCell. But I do believe that Tom has that fixed because he's going to be able to access everything that dispatch is doing. So if a call comes in, they log it in the tag, and he'll see it right then and there. So, taken care of. Oh, we had a special needs list. So you guys know the cards that go out with what used to be calendars from Wolf Creek, but now they go out with a brochure. People fill out those special needs cards and they send them to us, and I pay for the postage. And then we have a database of all those people. If they have any kind of special access and functional need, if they can't see, if they can't walk, they don't have a car, they need a ride. Heck, people even tell us when they're allergic to chicken. I don't know why. That's going to come up in Wolf Creek Drill, but it's on there. We have a database of all those people, and we use that when we evacuate the public because they need special assistance during those evacuations. So Road and Bridge and the fire department go and they help those people. We had an old list in Ryan's book down in the EOC, so Julie's working on getting those all updated.
Don't you normally send those lists out to the fire departments?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. That is correct. In a sealed envelope, so that they're not stuck up on the board for everybody to see.
That's fine.
I kind of suspect that this next exercise is going to be the same, where we zoom straight into a site area, which is already a release. We skipped alert. We skipped a level. So when I was in there, it was at an NUE, and there was no release, but there was bad guys in the plant. And then, whoop, all of a sudden, ooh, we have a release, and you got to activate your EOC. Well, when I activate you guys, and we're already at a site area, that doesn't give us any time to get acclimated and get your stuff going. I mean, I literally was waiting on
the fire guy to come in so that we could activate a reception center, because he's the one that does it. I mean, I could do it, but I wanted him to do it. I imagine this is gonna be the same way this time, so I'm working with Julie and the state to see if I can't activate, since it's a HAB situation. We weren't responding to the Wolf Creek release, because there was none. We were responding to a crime scene and a safety situation out of the plant. So to me, I can activate my EOC anytime I want. But in my plan, it says that I would only activate at an alert, which is the second level up. So I'm working with them to get that changed before the evaluate exercise, because I feel like this is a different situation than just, hey, there's a release at Wolf Creek. This is other stuff going on.
So this next thing is still going to be a bad guy situation?
Yes, yep, still a bad guy situation. So they will have to go out there and do bad stuff, and then we activate, and then we have a release. So I'm hoping to activate a little sooner this next time, but FEMA reminded me that in my plan it said that I would activate at an alert. So get that changed so that we can get in there and get busy. Because, I mean, if you think about it, I can activate that facility for anything. Tornadoes, floods, anything that's going on. You know, we were activated part of the time during COVID, so nothing saying I can't activate. It's just when you're talking on Wolf Creek and their evaluation of your plan, you have to follow what your plan
Yeah,
says.
they wanna do it on their time, kind of.
Yeah. Yep. So I will get that fixed. I also have a Teams meeting later today to discuss the SimCell. When we called in for information from them, they were trying to give us real-time time estimates. So if we called in and said, we're evacuating the subzone, when can we put down that it's confirmed evacuated? And they said, call us back. Call us back. Give us 20 minutes. Call us back. And what they were doing is they were putting us off the amount of time that it says in our plan that it would take to evacuate that subzone, which is an hour to 2 hours for some of them.
I see.
And so they were trying to make us do real time, whereas we've never done real time before ever. There's no time to do real time. Everything is time compressed into one afternoon of breaking the plant and fixing it. We don't have time to be waiting an hour for confirmation of the lakes and the subzones and the reception centers. So I raised a little hell on that one, and during this Teams, I'm gonna make it known that I don't want to do that.
I'm not sure how you could do that.
No, but we've never done it that way before. Prior to them having a SimCell, we just simulated. We just said, I called, subzones are evacuated, and we'd write it down, no big deal. And then when we had a SimCell, we would call them and they said, and we would say, okay, we evacuated this subzone, when can it be confirmed? And they're like, it's good now. And we go on with the drill. But for some reason, someone thinks it's a good idea to try to do everything in real time, and that doesn't fly with me, because we don't have time. I mean, especially if we're jumping right into a side area and Wolf Creek has a release, like, there's no time. So I'm going to calmly try to work with them to find a compromise.
Take a breath before you do it.
Just on it, in a typical incident that has caused, or is going to cause a release, I believe you said, this could be days.
Yes, it could be days and
from
weeks.
the time
Yeah.
the initial incident.
We got plenty of time, right.
you
But
know.
during an evaluated exercise where FEMA is sitting there watching you, waiting for you to get stuff done, and when we do things, it's not just us that's waiting for that. There are Joint Media Center people, there are PIOs, there are state people that are waiting on those confirmation times to see when we're done, because then they can move on to their next step.
Talking
So,
about a 5 or 6 hour period.
right,
that we're
yeah,
working
and if
with.
we're holding everybody up for an hour, that holds up everything. So I'm gonna work with them. I mean, I'd be willing to go 10 or 15 minutes if that's the case, but I'm not doing real time or an hour. That just seems silly. Like, we don't do anything else real time, you know. Everybody shows up and we get started, we break the plant, shut it down, bring it back up in one afternoon. So how is any of this, like, real?
Right.
Because really, we as commissioners, we're not going to be sitting in here if there's ever an alert. I mean, we're gonna be out doing our thing when we're
Yeah.
notified, so.
Unless it's Monday morning and we have to be here.
Right, right.
I'll see if we can do that on Monday morning.
So I'm working on that this afternoon. So the next exercise is the FEMA evaluated exercise, June 3rd.
Mike, if you want to get with me sometime, we can do some run-through and some, just a little bit of training before that exercise. We have until the first week of June, and I'll get you caught up on your role and what happens in those exercises. A little bit of, you get a lot of it, you've gotten those symmetry and stuff from fire training, correct? So you're kind of ahead of the game there. But get with me sometime when you get free time.
Okay.
And we'll run through stuff with you.
Perfect.
Tim and I just returned from the National Radiological Emergency Preparedness Conference in Charlotte, North Carolina. This was a really good opportunity for us to talk to other counties and states that have nuclear plants in their backyards like we do. I was able to network with people and get some contacts and get some really good information on things that they do that we don't do that I would like to do. 2 Coffee County residents from Wolf Creek and 2 staff members from KDHE did a presentation during this conference, so it was really good to be there to support them. So I came back with a lot of ideas and a lot of things that I think are going to kind of help us in notifying the public and keeping the public safe. Our registration, hotel, and travel expenses are covered by KDEM through the Nuclear Fee Fund. So the county is going to get reimbursed for everything that we've spent on this trip. So otherwise, I might not have went. But next year it's in Overland Park, so we'll be hosting here in Kansas. So that'll be close by. I think that is all I have for you guys. Are there any questions about anything? All of our sirens are working. If we have any issues tonight, the Hull Summit transmitter was down this week, or last week, but we just checked and it is back up again. So weather radios should be going off.
They get all the radio issues fixed in the county?
Which radio issues?
I just heard dispatch saying somebody's having trouble.
Oh, yes. Oh, so the state, someone cut some fiber on one of the state towers, or before the state towers, and I believe they sent an email out, it was up and fixed. So it would send everybody into site trunking.
That's what my radio was showing?
Yeah, it was showing everybody in site trunking, but it has been fixed. But someone cut some fiber, some very expensive fiber somewhere.
Yeah, I heard a call for a Levo or something the other night, dispatch said it was unable to turn them out.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for the update.
You're welcome.
Now we want to take a break.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. We will take a 10-minute break and be back at 10:33.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear us? But we can't hear you. Hold on a minute.
It worked a minute ago.
Yeah, we could hear them for a minute. They couldn't hear us then, I don't think.
Can you hear us?
They can hear us, but they're not coming on the speaker. Should I turn it off and turn it back on?
say something, see if we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear us yet?
Yeah.
On the computer, not our speaker we need.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, there you are.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, one more time, Jeremy.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yep. We're
Hello,
good.
hello, hello?
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I think we're good now. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you. Sorry for that small delay.
That's all right, it's no problem. I'm used to it, it happens.
Okay. Gallagher Representative Jeremy Gilson, health insurance update via Teams.
And
Good
we
morning.
also have Mike Minton from Edison, correct?
Gallagher?
Or Gallagher, and
No.
then,
I'm with Gallagher as well.
and then Joe Bannon
Joe Fannisfield,
Yeah.
yes.
from
Okay.
Edison.
Okay.
Joe Farmfield with Edison and Mia Stout with Edison as well.
Good. Good morning.
Good morning. Angie, do you want me to go ahead and just get started?
Basically, I guess I can just kind of give a brief, intro there on this. So with benefits management, our previous health insurance went bankrupt last, July? And we've switched health insurance companies, and, Jeremy is one of our consultants with Gallagher, who's helped us get a new insurance company. And they're just going to update you on what has happened, where we are today, and all of that. So there have been employees that we've helped a lot of employees with getting things resolved, and then there have been some that taken a little longer, but we've all worked very hard on trying to take care of this. So hopefully it will answer questions. And I guess I'll turn it over to you, Jeremy.
Yeah, so I'll kind of just do a brief, I'm here with my hat in my hand to tell you, obviously, we didn't foresee BML going bankrupt, certainly as quickly as they did. And we did scramble to find a TPA that we thought would be suitable for Coffee County. And Joe, with Edison, filled that void, I think, very, very well. And they, with the limited data that we were getting from BML, I feel like he's done the absolute best job that we can to fill that void, take care of some of these claims. I know that there have been a couple hiccups. I want you to realize and understand that we are doing absolutely everything we can to get them done expeditiously. And I know that there's a couple that are still hanging out there. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Joe, and he's going to kind of walk through some of those things and what we can expect going forward.
Thanks, Jeremy. So this morning I spoke with Casey Olbachek, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
To let him know that reimbursement being processed this week for him, about $903 reimbursement. His specific issue was that due to the fact we had data delays with the transition from VML, he did overpay for some services since July. Okay. We're still going to do an audit on his account because I understand he has a few bills still coming in that reflect member responsibility, which isn't accurate based on all the data we now have, showing him overpaying for services throughout the year so far. There's two other individuals on our list as high priority. Those are, let's see, Todd and Jimmy. I don't have their last names readily available. Jimmy
Maybe best
Eisenman
if you
and
don't
Todd
use
Searle.
them.
we believe both of them have overpaid, quite a bit for the year, which we're auditing their accounts this week as well. And we'll get checks out to them as soon as we determine the correct amount of overpayment. I'll pause there because I know those were probably some of the folks you've heard from over the past few months about challenges.
Can you think of any, Angie, on top of those?
Well, as far as people, I'm not really concerned about that so much as if you can kind of explain what has happened and why we've had the challenges. I know it's not Edison's fault in that, but just kind of what you guys have struggled with because of this bankruptcy.
Yeah. It's probably better if
Yeah.
you don't name, names, because we're in a public meeting.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's people's
got it.
personal information.
Understood. So, you know, obviously you guys weren't the only group in this boat. We've had several groups we took on from BML, and all of them have had the same challenges. So your challenge is a little more unique as your accumulators and your information did not reset on 1/1. So some groups have the advantage of only having 4 or 5 months of quote-unquote problems to deal with as far as historical data, because it was all resetting on 1/1. With that said, when BML closed, they only sent out a static data file that we found to be a little bit incomplete and a little inaccurate. We had to take all that information, put it into our system, and then also put in all of the historical claims data so that we have a good picture in terms of what has been paid, what hasn't been paid, and make sure our reporting's up to date so that if there's any spec or ag breaches, those can be accounted for, right? Some of that data was incorrect because there's claims lag, right? So I think they closed early August, let's just say 8/1. So folks that went for services in July, the beginning of your plan year, a lot of those claims hadn't hit benefit management by the time they closed, or benefit management hadn't processed, okay? So the claims file we got was paid claims data. It didn't reflect anything that was still out there with providers that was being submitted. So those claims, a lot of those claims are quote-unquote lost. And these are some of the situations your employees are in, where they went and had services, they paid out of pocket to meet their deductible in that first month or first month and a half, but those claims never made it to us. And they never made it to BML because they closed. And we're just now starting to get a handle on and understand what employees paid for, who the providers were, and starting to look at accounts to audit and process refunds. So I know I just skewed a lot there. I don't know if Jeremy or Mike have anything else to add based on some of their experiences with other groups in Coffee County.
Mike, have you had any similar situations?
I'll jump in and hello everyone. As was mentioned earlier, my name is Mike Minton. I'm also with Gallagher. I worked with about, I think it was 13 different groups that ran into somewhat of the same challenges that you all have had. I believe that one of the and they've gone to several different third-party administrators to kind of take over. And what Joe just alluded to has been the biggest, everybody's had the same challenges. And unfortunately, I think that we'll continue to have some claims that will pop up over the next several months, if not throughout 2025, as they become known, because there's kind of just a black hole, right? There were claims that were being processed, claims that were being incurred, and whether the provider was sending them to the old, they got the new ID card information, and they've actually sent them. So it's not going to be a perfect situation where I still think that there's going to be some claims on all of our groups that had this happen to that will have it may just be a handful of claims, but there will be something that will pop up. I think the data that we received, because as you know, they literally closed their doors, and we did not know what data we were going to receive. We did receive some reports, whether it be accumulator files, meaning what they had for deductibles and co-insurance and what they had met, what claims maybe had been paid a little bit. We're even running into some issues where some of the claims benefit management said were paid, actually weren't paid to the providers because it was a timing issue of what their reporting was saying, and did dollars even go out to those providers. So and Jeremy asked me to be on here just because I do have a lot of extensive background in TPA business, and I had a significant number of groups that I helped during this time. And the bottom line is this is what happened first part of August is really unheard of in the TPA world. There has been some TPAs that have closed their doors, but typically they give groups 90 to 120 days of headwind to get things moved, to be able to get everything, and that just did not happen here. That's why, guys, I really believe that Edison or any of the other TPAs that have taken over some of our Gallagher business has done an extraordinary job given the circumstances they were put in. But with that, there's still going to be challenges that are going to come up. That's my kind of the 2 cents to leave you with. It's not going to be perfect. Now, going forward on new claims, I think they'll do a wonderful job. It's still just cleaning up this old black hole that was out there. So any questions that you all might have for me?
I do. I'm Todd Barker. I'm a commissioner. This has been going on since August, and here we are getting ready to roll into May. And I know you guys are working hard, but we've got some people that are still getting calls from collection agencies. And then one of them was rectified today that Joe spoke of. We need to get this all cleaned up. Going from August to May is a very long time. And if somebody's being turned over to a collection agency or something, it may not seem bad in the big world of insurance or anything like that, but that's putting hardships on the people that work for us. And is there any way that any of this can be expedited where we have all these hanging chads cleared up?
Yep. So we've got a list. Yeah, we've got a list we're working through. I know we're not going to name names, but I believe we have a good handle on that with Carrie, who's kind of a day-to-day contact, I believe, with your employee population. There have been some challenges getting claims in and repriced for a few providers, which I believe we're tackling, and everything's looking good there. At the end of the day, we just need to know about those so we can call the providers, have the collections pulled back, so to speak, and understand what's going on with a particular claim. If they've submitted it, if they don't have the correct information to submit it, they're sending it to BML still. We've ran into that a few times. So we just need to approach it on a case-by-case basis, and I believe we have a good list of employees that we're tackling here.
So if we went to our department heads and they talked with all their people and got names or information, and then we got it to Angie or Terry, would they get it to you and you guys could really get after that for us?
Yes, 100%, absolutely.
That's what we've been doing.
Yeah, I think that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
Well, my phone's blowing up over here recently, so, this needs to be...
Oh, it is, but I think it's being handled.
I mean, if people aren't coming to us,
If we go to the department heads and we talk with them to get this rectified, then we can draw a line in the sand having it be done. So we're not going through this. 9 months is a long time. It is. So, and I know you guys are working hard on it, and I'm not placing blame on anybody, but if somebody's at home being turned over to a collection agency that's not making that much money and struggling with the economy today, it does put people in a spot.
Agreed. That's,
Hey, Todd, one of the biggest things that, and absolutely getting the list and working through those, but a lot of times, unless any of us have been alerted to a situation, and I talked about the black hole of claims that were out there, You know, there's a lot of moving factors with that, with the providers, with the members communicating as well. I just say we just have to have that open line of communication in order to get to the bottom on a few of these. But really, unless we know about it, there's nothing that we, you know, up until this point or over the last several weeks when you guys are hearing about these, up until that point, if it was just not known that something was still out there because it hasn't been filed, there's no way for Jeremy or Joe at the TPA or anybody to know unless someone alerts us to that.
We'll work hard on that.
It sounds like going forward would be a very good, or it sounds like there's a plan, and what's been happening is as those have happened, working through them. So, again, there's nobody to blame on the whole thing other than BML closing their doors, but we just have to know about those in order to go after them.
Right. We'll be in contact with you. For my part, when I hear anything personally, I'll pass the information on when you guys can get onto it.
Yes, please do that. That's perfect.
Joe, I'm going to ask a question here, and this doesn't have any effect toward Edison, but to Jeremy and Mike, in one of our department head meetings, it was asked, because we've been working with Edison, to switch insurance companies, and at that department head meeting, we would basically be starting over, is what I told them, because the new company would be starting where Edison started, with nothing, or very little, correct?
I'm trying to understand what your question is. When you say starting from scratch, do you mean with claims data?
Right, so like if we would have switched a few months back, the new company would go through the exact same thing Edison's been doing.
Yes.
It's not like they're gonna have anything better than what Edison's been trying to work with, was my point, so.
Correct, yeah, you're 100% right, Angie, and I will say Edison has picked up the ball and ran with it 110%. They've done a fantastic job. Gallagher has other TPAs that we can work with, and I think Edison's gone above and beyond to try to help, especially on these one-off situations. Even reaching out to providers and doing those types of things. Back to Mike Minton's comment, we just need to know about them, and we just want to be a partner. When those things come up, just reach out to any of us. We will do everything we can to get them taken care of.
That's all we're asking for. Try to get it finished up.
Yep, and we will do that.
And Joe, we are happy with you. That was just a question that was brought up at a department head meeting, so I thought that they could clarify, unless I misspoke, which I didn't think it would, because I know what we've been working with, so.
Yeah, understood. That makes sense.
And also, everybody, you always got to remember the hundreds. I know, and Todd, I'm not, what you said earlier about getting it taken care of and how it can affect people, absolutely, we understand that. I've got 13 groups going through this same thing right now, and so we're trying to treat each person as quickly and efficiently as possible when we know about them. But also, Angie, to your point here, the hundreds of medical and pharmacy claims that continue to go through correctly now, right? And that things have moved forward from that time in August last year. That's a very positive to hang the hat on. And once these others get cleaned up, I think Edison will do a very fine job for you, like you had going before this happened. So
do our employees have? Can they contact Edison themselves? Do they have that capability?
Yeah, they have the 800 number to contact.
So if they have a problem, they could contact Joe or that group right there, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
And Jeremy, can you also explain, since we have you, about the rebates we received in prescriptions and how we established that years ago, and how that offset the cost of us having Gallagher as consultants?
Yeah, I don't remember how many years ago it was, but prior to engaging Gallagher, when we were able to get your claims information on your prescriptions and reprice them and find out what your rebates were on your current drug spend. And what we found out is, and I don't remember the exact dollar amount, but it was a lot. We were able to, I think, more than offset what our cost was just by figuring out what your rebates that you weren't getting at the time. And since then, you've collected much more. And I don't know exactly the dollar amount right in front of me. I don't have it right in front of me, but you've collected that in spades, I would say. Is that fair to say, Andy?
Yes. Can you also explain what we were seeing when we were with Blue Cross Blue Shield versus when we switched as far as increases?
Yeah, so when you were with Blue Cross, you know, the difference between being bundled and unbundled was what was happening. So when you're with Blue Cross, and this is not a right or wrong way to do it, but when you're with Blue Cross, your stop loss is under the roof of Blue Cross. The same with your PBM. So you aren't able to carve those things out. So Blue Cross was your TPA, they were your stop loss, and they were your PBM, your pharmaceutical benefit manager. By unbundling, we started working with, obviously, BML at the time, and it makes it easier for us at renewal time. If we don't like our stop loss renewal, it opens it up to being able to go to 15 different markets as opposed to being, you know, captive to just one insurance carrier. Same thing with the PBM. So when we reprice, you know, when we had your actual claims for your prescriptions, we were able to choose the PBM that gave you the best bang for your buck, whether it's bigger rebates or lower costs. You're able to save money by using a PBM that is more tailored to how your employees were using the plan. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah,
Angie?
and then we went from seeing upwards of 26 to 29% increases to 5%, 3% increases being self-funded.
Yeah, and I obviously don't know what your, you know, claim reserve fund looks like right now, but it, I know for several years it was working very, very well, so.
Any questions from department heads while you're here?
I do have a question.
Okay.
So for the Edison patient portal profile, so at this point, all of our data should be pulled over and it should have explanation of benefits and all of that from
BMO. Okay, the question from our health department administrator is if the Edison portal now has everything pulled over from BML and everything is updated,
we should have access to
Correct.
all of that.
and we should have access
Yep.
to the file.
Yeah, so I actually know of several employees that do not have anything uploaded on their profile. So
Okay.
when they log in, it's just their name
Okay.
and no other information, and it doesn't state whether they're high deductible or not.
Okay, so she has a few employees that there is no data under their profile. It doesn't show if they're high deductible or what their deductible is or claims.
Yep, we'll just need names to look into.
Okay.
So I
We'll
did
get
have
that
some
fixed.
contact with them last week, but they were unable to figure it out, and I haven't heard anything.
Okay, so she said she was in contact last week and they were unable to figure it out and she hadn't heard any more yet.
It was the number that you guys provided for us to call.
Okay, and that was on a number we provided to call. So we'll get the name, Joe, and get it to you directly if that works.
Yes, please do.
Okay.
And then the agencies that are core network or in-network, they're being billed initially for
ran as out-of-network, so on all claims that are being submitted from the core in-network facilities, they're showing that they're out-of-network. So each date of service, we're having to call to have them rebill it, and it's a significant number of claims.
Okay, Jenna, there's in-network providers that are being charged as out-of-network, and they're having to be resubmitted.
And one of the primary ones is Coffee Health.
The main one is Coffee Health Systems.
Okay. I know we had a whole project with Coffee Health Systems and their outstanding claims, so.
So these are not outstanding claims. These are claims from August up until today.
Okay, they're not outstanding, they're from August up until today, she said.
They've already been paid, is that what I'm hearing?
No, they're not, they haven't been paid, they've just been billed, but they're receiving notifications that it's out of network, so a patient has to pay all out of pocket. Unless they request them to rerun them as core or in-network.
Did you hear all that? Okay.
Yeah, I caught that.
Okay.
Let me take a look at that today. And if I can get the employee names that are bringing this up, that will also help with the research.
And then also ID numbers, so there's some conflicts with ID numbers, some employees have the same one on their insurance.
Still conflicts with ID numbers, some have the same number.
Yeah, so in order to quickly get everything off the ground, if an employee was still active on the plan, when BML had it, we used the same ID number. That way all vendors didn't have to update their feeds and their mapping and their crosswalking, and could accept things from us with no issue, or it helped speed up the setup when we took over the group from BML. So some folks will have a T111 number followed by several other numbers, others will not. So anybody that was new hire since September does not have a T111 number. Is that what you're talking about?
So these are all they're not new hires.
Okay, these aren't new hires, she said. So we'll get the names.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
With sign up coming up, what, 2 weeks? Are you guys gonna have people on site that if we have any employees here that have concerns with this, they can be addressed at that time?
Yeah, myself and Mia will both be there, I think 14th and 15th. We have the dates mixed up, but yeah, whenever you're having your meetings, we'll be there.
Ryan, do you have a question?
Department heads have any questions or anything that they can hear?
I've got, when somebody receives a letter from whoever it is saying they've been turned over to a credit bureau agency and you're notified, so employees know because they've come to me concerned, what happens on your end and how do you put the wheels in motion on that to a stop so the employees don't have to be concerned once you're notified, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I'm following. So I know Mia's been having weekly calls with Terry, so I think some of these come up on the weekly call, but basically we'll call the provider that we know has submitted something to collections. We'll ask them to pull that back out of collections. Providers can do that. Okay? We'll then work with that provider to understand why they're billing the member for any outstanding balance. So that could be because they actually do owe, and it was deductible or copay, or it could be because they never received payment from BML, or maybe they never even submitted the claim to either BML or Edison. So we scope all that out with the provider to understand what avenue to take to make sure that the provider gets paid and there's no need to bill the employee or send them to collections, okay? We generally try to have our member services team make an outbound call to these members once that is resolved. We're probably not hitting every single one of them, but that is the goal. Once resolution is obtained with the provider, we know we're going to issue them a check to offset the bill, and everything will be taken care of. We do try to call the employees out. Does that answer your question?
So, are you notifying the employees one way or another that it's been remedied or addressed, so if they get additional letters from a credit bureau that they don't need to worry about it?
We try to, yes. Sometimes the providers take it upon themselves that they're going to call the member and let them know that they don't have any existing balance or things like that. So it's kind of case by case. But at the end of the day, we try to make sure the employee gets resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any more questions for us, Angie?
I don't believe I do. I don't know, I guess nobody else does either. I just know we've all been working really hard for the past 7, 8 months, whatever it's been, and it's not been a fun time at all, but we've tried to help everybody we can, and we appreciate those that have had patience. We appreciate those that have thanked us because they know we have, and we've resolved a lot of things, and so hopefully once things get straightened out, we can sail smoothly again.
Yeah, agreed. Obviously, we'll have our commitment to continue to try to make this go as painless as possible, so we apologize for this, but we'll do everything we can to make it better going forward.
That's our goal.
Thank you guys for your input.
Yep,
Yeah,
thank you for your partnership.
Well, thank you,
Holler
guys.
at any of us if you need anything going forward.
Okay, thanks for the information.
You bet. Have a great day.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. Thanks. Okay. Sheriff Tom Johnson, discussion of surplus property. Good morning, Tom Johnson.
Morning.
How you doing, Tom?
It's Monday, right?
It is Monday.
Probably will be. So I want to talk to you about some disposal. So I have, 45 days here before we get moved to the new building, and I need to get some junk vehicles that we just are sitting around out of our annex to get gone. I need space and room. So because of that, I've got an ATV that I bought back in 2008 on grant that we want to get rid of. Get it out of there. We have 2 of those. We're only going to sell 1 of them. Ryan reached out to me and said that little Kenny could need 1 of those in his job. So we found the market price and told Ryan what it was. It's basically $4,000. They're 2008 ATVs. They're older ATVs. They're good shape, good working shape. They're just old.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to get rid of that to begin with. 1 of them will go to Ryan and the other one will sell. Then I've got 3 other vehicles. An old 2020 Chevy Silverado truck with 109,000 miles. A Dodge Durango with 102,000 miles. Another Dodge Durango with 178,000 miles. That I need to get rid of. That being said, we've got a company called Gavel, G-A-V-E-L, Gavel Roads. They're from Wichita. They're a law enforcement online sale auction company. They don't charge the sheriff's office a single dime to do this service. They take it out of the buyer's fees, so it doesn't cost us anything. They will come down, they will photograph everything, look at everything, put it online, sell it, and call us, and people will come pick it up. So that's the company that I would really like to use. I think it's a great opportunity for us to get these vehicles sold at no cost and very little sitting around. I don't want to wait. I know I've talked to Ryan, and I know there may be an auction coming up in the fall. I need to get some stuff moved and get it out of there. So we talked about it in the past and just didn't ever do it. We just hold them someplace and let them sit till the next auction. These vehicles are decent vehicles. We don't need to let them sit out and let the rats eat them. We just need to get rid of them. So I brought recommendations for sale or disposition on all those, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Do you have any other questions about those?
What's the name of that company?
Gavel, G-A-V-E-L, Gavel Roads. Here's their card. I need my card back. I'm sure welcome to see it. The company out of Wichita. They come to all the sheriff's conferences. They seem like a great group of guys.
Yeah, it's the no commission deal is, you know, is which in my mind it's a different approach, because I mean, in reality, none of them sell for no commission. A buyer knows when he's paying a buyer's premium that is commission.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm not arguing the point or anything. I'm just saying, you know.
It's all up front.
Yeah. You know, comparing apples to oranges or whatever.
Yep.
So I guess in my mind, I guess maybe my thought would be that I don't have a problem with this if you're wanting to get it moved, but I just as soon see us dispose stuff, you know, with local auction companies or whatever.
If that's what you want to do, you don't want me to use this company, then that's what we'll do. I just need to find some place to go put them.
This would be fine. I'm just stating my opinion.
No, that's fine. Just whatever the commission wants me to do. This is just an opportunity for me to get rid of them with this company, so.
Right.
Commission tells me what they want to do, that's what I'll do.
I guess my thought on it is if you need to get them moved, this is probably the way to go.
It's the quickest way,
It's
sir.
the quickest way to go, and have you used these folks before?
I have not.
It gives us an opportunity to see what they can do for us.
They're a reputable company.
No,
I called other sheriff's offices,
Right,
and they said they did fine for them.
I guess my position would be to go for it, but that's.
With the situation that's going on right now, needing the room, getting moved.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
Get it done, and if you and Ryan have came to an agreement on the ATV, that's cool. I think that's a good way to do it.
Then we could, any other time we could go back to doing local and
Right.
stuff.
And
And
this
have
may
a
be-
feel for this company
And
too.
this company may, I mean, this will give us a chance to see what they do
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
They give you some kind of time frame between actually listing them and the actual sell date?
So they said within 30 days of us calling them saying we want them to do their business, they'll come down. They have online auctions going on all the time.
I was gonna say, this is all done online.
Yeah. Online auction service, yes, sir.
Yeah, because they need some time for it to be on the internet, to be advertised.
Sure.
Well, motion upon the recommendation of Sheriff Tom Johnson and approval of County Attorney Wade Bowie as to form to find that one 2008 Kawasaki ATV model KAF 620 4x4, green in color, VIN JK1AFC J188B561634, with approximately 219 engine hours, is no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of the Coffee County Sheriff's Office, and as such should be disposed of by transfer to the Coffee County Highway Department for the agreed price of $4,000. Proceeds of such sale will be deposited in the county's general fund. I so move.
Second.
Been moved by Thompson and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion upon the recommendation of Sheriff Tom Johnson and approval of Coffee County Attorney Wade Bowie as to form to find that one 2008 Kawasaki ATV model KAF 620 4x4 camouflage in color. Is it okay if I just say the last four of the VIN or something? VIN ending in 3662 with approximately 232 hours is no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of the Coffee County Sheriff's Office, and as such should be disposed of by Gavel Roads online auctions. Proceeds of such sale will be deposited in the county's general fund.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Been moved by McCurry and seconded by Barker. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That being said, at the bottom of each one of these recommendations is the notice of the board's intention to dispose of said property to be published in the newspaper twice and everything else, just let the public know. So this will be advertised.
Okay. So should I read that probably then?
You know when you're gonna publish them?
Just whenever if the commissioners assign it today, then we'll call the newspaper, or you can call the newspaper and find the dates they want to.
Get there this afternoon, we can run May 1st and May 8th.
That has to be done twice, is that right?
Supposed to be, yeah. You okay with that?
Do you have the disposal notice, or do I need to make those for you?
That's all I have.
Okay, I can throw them in a disposal notice.
Okay.
So do we do them all first and read that at the last, or should I be reading that after every one?
I just think as long as the public knows that they'll be published twice in the county's official newspaper.
Yeah. So all of these items, notice of the board's intention to dispose of said property will be published on May 1st, 2025 and May 8th, 2025 in the official county newspaper. Motion upon the recommendation of Sheriff Tom Johnson and approval of County Attorney Wade Bowie as to form to find that 2020 Chevrolet Silverado truck 4x4, then ending in 8058 with approximately 109,500 miles, is no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of the Coffee County Sheriff's Office, and as such should be disposed of by Gavel Roads online auctions. Proceeds of such sale will be deposited in the county's general fund.
So moved.
Been moved by Barker and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Motion upon the recommendation of Sheriff Tom Johnson and approval of County Attorney Wade Bowie as to form to find that 2020 Dodge Durango 4x4, then ending in 1718 with approximately 102,291 miles, is no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of the Coffee County Sheriff's Office, and as such should be disposed of by Gavel Roads online auctions. Proceeds of such sale will be deposited in the county's general fund. I'll move.
Second.
Been moved by Thompson and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? Oh,
I seconded
okay.
it.
Okay. Seconded by Avondrop. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion upon the recommendation of Sheriff Tom Johnson and approval of County Attorney Wade Bowie as to form to find that 2020, another Durango apparently?
Yes, sir.
Okay, want to make sure I hadn't skipped the paragraph here. 2020 Dodge Durango 4x4, then ending in 9707 with approximately 178,570 miles, is no longer required or cannot prudently be used for public purposes of the Coffee County Sheriff's Office, and as such should be disposed of by Gavel Roads online auctions. Proceeds of such sale will be deposited in the county's general fund.
I'll second.
Then moved by Peterson and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Next thing, law's been passed about fireworks. Came into effect immediately after it's posted in the register, the Kansas Register. I put it out on my social media to let people know. The new fireworks law that came into effect says that they can sell fireworks year-round now in Kansas. And again, I'll state here to the public, just like I did on my website, that does not mean you have the right to go shoot fireworks today in these city limits. If any of these incorporated towns, they all have ordinances that may be against that. So I just wanted the public to know that just because it's passed, they can't drive to Missouri or buy something here and come back and shoot fireworks for the next 4 months. It's going to cause some issues with
Sure.
neighbors and people. So just wanted you to be aware that law was passed in case you get a phone call, hey, somebody's out there shooting fireworks. They can in the county unless you pass a resolution denying that. Whether you decide to do that during, burn ban season or whatever it may be, that will be up to you because now it is truly a law.
But the city ordinance, that's still stands as.
Absolutely. Yep, you betcha. If the city of Burlington, for example, says you can only shoot from July 4th to July 5th, that's all you can do. Doesn't matter what the state law says.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on countywide?
Sir, I think that if you live out in the county, then you ought to be able to shoot some fireworks if you want them, I suppose. The issue is going to become, are they going to do that come August or September when it's so damn dry, and they're shooting bottle rockets or whatever it is, Roman candles, and then we start fires. They're going to have to be just as aware of the burn ban issues as anybody else, and hopefully the parents out there realize that you just let your kids go out there and shoot fireworks and it burns a wheat field down or a bunch of hay down, we're going to have some problems.
There's a liability there.
Absolutely there is. That's why I tried to put it out on social media as early as I could. The day was passed, I put it out, as a matter of fact.
Right.
So that's something that Wade and you maybe need to sit down and think about. I'm not telling you, I'm not asking you to put something else on the books to hinder, taxpayers or citizens of the United States. Just saying something you might think about. I don't want to say that I didn't bring this to your attention. That's what I'm trying to do, is just bring it to your
Of course,
attention.
by the same token, they could go to Missouri and buy fireworks forever and bring them back in.
Absolutely,
I mean,
absolutely.
This isn't a new.
That's right.
They're just retaining the taxes that they're sending to Missouri.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it's out there. I just want you to be aware.
Yeah.
Is a resolution required, though, for the shooting of fireworks in the county, or is it already covered as far as the burn ban goes?
Well, so I need to get back with Randall because he was wanting to come in and talk about the resolution for the county, and I don't want to speak for him, but he and I have had a conversation about things have gotten a whole lot more serious with some of the recent events and wind events where things have burned out. And for example, down Indian Center is a good example, and that's the type of thing that you don't want. So his discussion with me was in reference to enforcement action for those who violate burn bans, and there are criminal penalties that go with that if you have violators. So what that looks like, I think that's it has to escalate to get to that point, but if people are going to ignore burn bans, then there's serious consequences at the other end. And I don't think anybody from a law enforcement or a fire response, emergency services response, wants to see someone either hurt or die before the county has to jump in, and there has to be a big response. So it's a proactive measure that needs to be looked into, and someone may be cited and they may be irritated about it if that's what it comes down to. But I'd rather see somebody irritated and come in than somebody get seriously hurt or perish.
I don't want somebody saying they didn't know, so that's why I'm trying to put out as much information as I can.
Yep.
You asked me to contact River City and talk to them about adding the east and west doors as a bid alternate for phase 2, and they've said they will do that, and that will be put in as a bid alternate.
Okay.
So we have some pictures of an issue that's in. So if you've been around the job site in the last week, on the west side of the building, they have they call it the curbing, going around the new back of the building. And you can see on the west side of the building, there's a gap of 3 or 4 inches between the street that they've cut and the curbing. So they need to fill, River City needs to fill that. Engineers said it needs to be filled. If not, if they pack asphalt in it and whatever else, it will just continue to not fill because it will just go to China. So River City recommends, or the engineers recommend, that concrete be put in there. 2 or 3 inches of concrete to give it a base. So of course, I told River City and Goldberg's, I said, okay, where's that money coming from? And they said, well, they have money, you know, allotted for the patching of the road, which we're not gonna do. We're gonna, I'm assuming anyway, we're gonna do asphalt and do that street. If we do that, then there's about $12,000 that, yes, part of that money was supposed to go into repaving that street. But they're gonna have to shave that down to get it done anyway. And they would use trash concrete, is the way it was put to me, so not the better concrete, but they would just pour it in there 2 or 3 inches. All it's got to do is give it a base. So I was asked if the commissioners would allow that $12,000, and it's not going to be that much. It's only going to be, I was told, a few $1,000s. So there will still be money there to put into the asphalting of that street around us. But I was asked if they could use that money to put that concrete in that gap. And I've got a picture of it. I don't know if Wade had it. You might pull it up if you want to see a picture of that.
I've got it. I didn't put it on this drive.
Okay, hang on a second. I'll see if I don't know if I can find it. Anyway, it's just a 4-inch gap that needs to be filled in at some point, 2 or 3 inches inside of it.
So they're wanting to use the $12,000 to put in the slurry mix to establish a base for the asphalt?
Yes,
A portion of the 12,000.
that's correct. Just whatever, I don't know, again,
Sound feasible?
I didn't know how big or long this gap is. Does it sound?
it's along the entire west side of the building. And I might just add one thing, as we're working on the asphalt stuff and getting that contract ready to go out for bid. A concern they had was that gap in there and being able to compact any new asphalt in there, and so they said that it really needs to be filled in prior to any work going on out there. So, I mean, it would have to be done, so I think that $12,000 that we're gonna put into that street around there, I mean, that money should be used to fill that gap in. It would have to be done anyway. It's gotta be done.
So it's 3 or 4 inches clear. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Was there any estimated cost to do that?
Again, I asked and they said, it's not gonna cost that $12,000, it's gonna cost a few thousand probably. But again, they were trying to find out, but I just said, I need to go, I can't justify this without going and talking to the commission first.
But something needs to be done there.
It has to be done, something has to be put in there, sir, or there'll be no compaction.
I'd encourage them to put enough in there to be,
To do the,
Again,
Mike probably got a better idea than anybody.
again, all I know is the engineers told them something had to be put in there because nothing would compact.
Sure. They poured those curbs, didn't they?
Pardon me?
Those are new curbs?
Yep.
So what they use for a base to hold those up?
Again, I think there's rock all through there. It's just they had to cut part of the street out to get their forms to be put in there. And now there's that gap.
So the base for the culverts didn't extend far enough out to cover up that 3 or 4 inch gap?
I don't know what you mean, basic culverts, I don't know what you mean.
Well, when they poured the curb and the gutters in there, they had to put them on a base that was solid to keep them from sinking.
I mean, you're talking about my head, sir, I don't know the answer to that question.
Is River City coming in today?
no, they were scheduled.
We're on the agenda.
Couldn't tell you.
So you're basically asking, why didn't they do it at the same time?
Correct, the curb and everything.
But I don't think they could because there's forms, there's
They
forms
had
there,
to
wooden
establish
forms.
the base before they could put the forms up.
They just put a base in for the concrete that's there now.
Oh, yeah.
It could have been.
I see what you're saying, I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Correct, that's what you're saying.
Correct.
I don't know the answer. I just look at it, they build it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
If they're gonna do it, I'd like to see a bid from them about what their projected cost were to do it. I understand it needs done, but we need to know the cost for it,
Don't you think there ought to be 3 inches in there or something to make something
every bit.
halfway stable?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a concrete guy either, but 2 inches isn't very much. 3's not a lot.
When you said trash concrete, are we talking about where they're washing out the trucks, or?
Again, sir, I'm just telling you what was told to me, I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, this big of a project, I don't think we need.
It's probably left over from a
It
job.
could be left
If it's
over from a
left over,
job.
yes.
They add some water to it. That might,
Because don't they have a certain amount of time that they've got to use that concrete, and then they've got to dispose of it some way?
Yes.
I'm guessing, this is just a guess, I'm guessing that's what they're talking about. But I'm not a concrete guy either.
yeah, the washout stuff wouldn't quite.
Well, I mean, we want something that's quality. If it is something that's left over, that's no problem, but if it's, we're pouring a lot of water in there to fill a hole that
sinks on us or something, or
Right.
it doesn't hold up to it. We don't want that as much as been put into this project
Oh,
already.
right,
So
right.
then, are they gonna dig it out to put the concrete down in there?
I can have River City come up and talk to you about it. I don't know the answer to those questions.
That'd be good.
Okay. Next thing, we do have some COs we need to go over, change orders, but I'd like to talk to you about a couple other things before we do that. So, one thing that we overlooked, it has nothing to do with anybody else, we just overlooked it, is we're gonna have to have some AEDs put in this new building. And so that being said, I think I've got 5 or 6 that I'm gonna purchase. I've got money in my budget to purchase them. You're just gonna see, you know, about a $18,000-$20,000 bill come in here at some point, that I need to get some AEDs ordered. We need one in our medical staff room, we need one upstairs in Wade's lobby, one up in our lobby, you know, probably one outside the exercise room, weight room, just in various places, and I think right now I counted 6.
Tom, does county health, do they have any, does the meeting have any extra, I mean, I'm just, okay.
No extras.
Okay.
No. So we've used what we've had, we replaced all the old ones in time and either traded those in, or they can't be updated because the batteries won't update or whatever it may be, and it's just, I don't have 6 extras laying around.
No, I was just curious because I knew Amelia.
Yeah, we've talked to Amelia about it, and,
Okay, fine,
yeah.
fine.
Well, she says, listen, the best deal we can do is call the same guy we've been dealing with in Wichita, and,
Yeah, defibrillators.
yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, AEDs, yes. So just want to let you know, it's got to be done, we feel they have to be in the building. And so you're going to see that bill come across the desk.
They're really important, I think.
Sir, we've saved many lives, the sheriff's office has, having them in our vehicles. Guys have been able to get there and use those and be successful.
Get somebody started.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, as Wade always says, he likes planting seeds, and I'm going to plant a seed. Put on your commissioner's helmets. You know, it's got the little antenna sticking out the top of them, or your foil over your head, whatever you need to do to think about 2028. You know, I do a 5-year budget. You've seen every year that, those who've been here in the past, you see my budget come through. In 2028, you're going to see a cost of $650,000 for new consoles. Our consoles are, in 2028, will be outdated, out of life. They have to be upgraded. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And with that coming, you're going to see about a $1.7 million additional fee come through for radios. We've been talking with Scott Farmer, who you know, and with Martin Ernst, and with Amber, and we're going to bring this up to the radio committee board that just, in time, it's got to be done.
How much are the radios cost?
About 1.7 million. So, we've been asked, why don't we purchase those? Why didn't we purchase those on this new building when we move it? Because it's $650,000 and we didn't have that in our 30 million. There was no way that I could do that and come under budget. So we're going to allow.
The consoles are your dispatch, is that correct?
That's correct, sir. I mean, the true physical machines that they use to dispatch with. The consoles. We're not talking about a desk, we're talking about the true consoles.
So these radios, I mean, we just recently did some radios.
Yes, sir.
Will those be replacing all those radios again? Everybody's radios?
No, sir. No, sir. Law enforcement and all law enforcement, EMS and some things like that will have to be changed. With this new system, the new consoles, they'll have to be upgrades.
Okay.
And don't be wrong, I'm giving you the worst case scenario. When we always have got with Motorola and put this all in as a group, they gave us one heck of a deal to try to lower this price. But if they didn't give us a single dime, we're probably talking, you know, with this $650,000, you know, a little over $2 million. So I just want you to know up front that we'll try to do what we can. We'll try to write some grants for it possibly. And it's in 2028. It's not this year, but it's coming. I'll try to keep you updated on things as they go. But in 2028, some things have got to be purchased.
You've got to have communication for everybody's safety.
Putting all these towers in and stuff, we want to be able to have the radios to be able to talk. So.
You said grants. Do you have a grant writer within your department?
Scott Farmer has probably saved this Coffee County it's probably saved him $500,000 since I brought him here.
I was gonna say, the young lady
5 years
just
ago.
hired for, economic development.
Oh, believe me, I'll take all the help I can get. So, yeah, it's just one of those things that Scott has done it, worked with Motorola, with them, and he's very, very good about doing it. Not saying that we won't ask for help, but, just like you, I'm not about to try to get the taxpayers to come up with that fee without knowing ahead of time what's going on and what it's for. That's what it's gonna be for. Just trying to look in the future, gentlemen.
Sure. So, the consoles that we have now, when you get moved and everything, they're gonna be able to work until
Absolutely.
28?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How long have you had those consoles, Tom? I'm just, are they,
The life of these are 8 to 10 years. It's just due to technology and due to parts and everything else, technology, everything else. Huh?
It's been 5 years.
No, it's been at least 5 years, yes, since we got it.
okay. No, I was just curious.
So they'll be bumping on.
So they'll be bumping on to about the 20.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Those came in the year I took office, so they've been here 5 years.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Well, I'm not sure that I asked.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that just being said, just, sorry to throw it out there, but we need to be looking ahead, and I want you to be looking ahead too, so. If Wade can pull up these COs, we'll do like we always do and go through the COs, and I received another one just a few minutes before I walked up here this morning, so we've got a couple.
So ideally, we would have got these to you sooner, but because time is of the essence with some of this, especially with the jail project coming to a close soon. Most places don't go over these like we're going over them, whether they be the application for payment and especially change orders, and we've done that in an effort to be transparent. So we've got change order 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38, and we'll move through them. These are the hard copies. One of these is a credit from change order 30, which was
If you remember the 18,000 I told you that I wasn't gonna pay for due to a architect's issue, that one of these is gonna be that reimbursement that show that it's gonna stay in our contingency fund, not be used.
So 34 is first. 34 is adding cameras in the 4 mental health cells. Tom can talk about the importance of those cameras and why they need to be in the 4 mental health cells.
So as you well know, we're already,
These the same. For us, or
It's all different.
I'm going to put them all up on the screen. They're just one copy that requires a signature. Sorry.
so in the mental health world, we're trying to make sure that that person, whether he's in crisis or whatever it may be, is safe. And due to our liability, there wasn't cameras put in these cells. There was one on a pod, but there wasn't in cells. Folks, the last thing I want is to have somebody try to, take off their clothes and make a ligature in their cell during the evening and try to hurt themselves, for example. So I wanted cameras put in these cells. So that's what this cost is the camera systems, and of course the programming to put all into our system is to have cameras in those mental health cells.
And if you recall when some of you were here when David Cooper from Fisher Patterson came and did a presentation, he said, and any attorney who knows what they're talking about will tell you that your jail is your biggest liability for the entire county, so you want to make sure that any protective measure or mitigating action you can take is taken regarding your jail. So the total is $10,847. That includes providing and installing additional cameras at mental health cells, running wire, and so on and so forth. It has it all broken down within this change order, where the costs come from, what it entails. Tom and I have gone into it. It also includes having to go through and tying in electronically that equipment into the current structure, because they'll be maintained from central control. So corner mount cameras above toilets in cells A1, A2, A3, and A4. And this is the cost associated with that. So that takes care of change order 34, unless you have any questions.
So how tall are those cells?
I think they're 8-foot cells.
And just, these cameras are relatively safe from being damaged then?
They're security cameras, sir. They might be able to spit on them or whatever, but they can't bust them, break them.
They're gonna take a pretty good punch, huh?
Yes, sir, they're supposed to be. For the price, yeah, they're supposed to be.
Okay.
And then you can monitor, they're monitored all the time.
24 hours a day,
24
sir.
hours, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Change order 35 ties to an additional electric heater and revision to ductwork behind the laundry equipment.
So what I was told on this one was, based on the heat and humidity during different times of the year that these dryers and washing machines put out, they needed to have some type of heaters in there to keep this humidity down so mold doesn't grow and doesn't cause problems inside. And so that's what this is. There's piping to get air away from it, these heaters and conduit and everything else, and it's $13,000.
That's why it wasn't included to begin with.
I think the issue that they talked about was they saw this as a problem already in Osage County. And so when some of those people are talking, obviously, and so when the architects found that this was already a problem, they said we need to get this fixed before it happens here.
It's staying ahead of an issue they've already discovered.
Yeah.
So it is after the fact.
Yes, sir, it's after the fact.
So that total is $13,008. $36 is
the change.
This is the addition. So crediting back, because the original change order 30 took away $17,991 for the perimeter angle parking that Tom and I said somebody's gonna have to come in and explain that, because we're not. They made an internal decision to
Like
go.
the parking lot, Wade, you said parking lot. That's for that bump out that they made, and then they said that it would be 3 or 4 inches difference and wanted us to pay for it. I said we won't.
That's when you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I misstated, but the moving of the perimeter angle, that, in my opinion and Tom's opinion, was something they needed to eat, and they ate it. So this change order 36 is basically absorbing the amount of change order 30, because in that change order it subtracted it from the project contingency, so this just puts it back in.
And this is my responsibility here. I told River City I want it done this way. That way it's in black and white. They've given us the money back in white. It's just easy for us to track and River City to track. So I just hadn't did it in a change order saying that it was going to be reimbursed to us.
It's documented.
Yes, sir.
All the rest
Yes,
is
sir.
finance.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And change order 30 never made it to you because we wouldn't bring it to you, so it's one that's out there that it'll be a sequence that will just be a void, I guess.
Yeah.
It'll be a missing number. Change order 37.
So this is another issue here. This is these neutralizers and drain piping. River City, we're told by the architects that there was an issue with water in Osage County. That it was starting to condensate in some pipes, and we're already having some issues, and they haven't been out 6 months, 7 months. So they called and found out that the particulate, whatever it is, in the water up there made the water very hard, is the way it was put to me. So River Cities and the engineers called here, called the city, and asked the city to provide numbers to them for the water. And the engineers got that information, felt that it would be well in our benefit to do the same thing they had to do in Osage, which was add this neutralizers and piping for these water heaters to make sure that we didn't have the same problem they did. And it's $3,414. So they're just trying to look forward to make sure that we don't have problems that some other places had.
Again, being proactive.
Yes, sir.
And that's change order 37. Change order 38's brand new. We just got this, but we're trying to not take up too much of your time bringing these in. This one.
This has been in the works for a while. So over the dormitory showers in the pods that have dormitories, there's a shower, and there would have been an opportunity, I guess, if you got a bunch of guys that work for the circus and they can stand on each other's shoulders like they do, to possibly get up and not get out. They could get up in maybe a raised ceiling. So River City said the easiest way to do that was extend basically a roof or a wall out over the dormitory showers where nobody could get up. And to do that, then they would put this security mesh and everything else over it. So that was one portion there. Then originally over the washing machines and dryers, if you know that it splits a room in two, there's a back side where all the chemicals will be, where you take the lint out of the dryer, where you add chemicals for soap and, fabric softener and all that. Well, you could, if you didn't have a wall up over them, you could crawl over into the back side. Based on what other people have said, that was normally just a concrete board or board painted. I didn't feel that was secure enough. So I asked that a piece of stainless be put above those. It's rounded, to fit right over the top of the dryers and the washing machines, all the way to the ceiling, to make sure there's no way that anybody could get out of that laundry room into a secure room. And so that's the cost of that.
And the last one is door closers to locker rooms. It's all encompassed into.
Yeah, for some reason, two of those door closers didn't get ordered, and we just need to get those ordered so we can get closers, just automatically with those doors.
So the total for each one of those items that Sheriff just described, $7,312 to be deducted from project contingency, and it goes after this one. The project contingency would be $231,706.82.
That would be the total after all these work changes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's where it stands right now. That's the balance right now.
Yep. And whatever's not used from that then gets put back into the main overall project fund.
For phase two.
For phase two. So 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38, I have motions. To respect everybody's time, I'll print that off, give it to Angie, because I just kind of put it together on the fly. That's it. Right here, and then when you don't have people waiting, you can take that up, and if you want to move forward with those. The only thing that I wanted to show, hot off the press, this morning, actually.
Yeah, I saw this one.
This is page, I don't know what page it is of the entire design. This is a layout of phase two. And I'm not sure how well you can see that up there. Yeah. But I know there have been questions, so starting with over here, this is the current courtroom, the big courtroom where court's held right now. This is the wall that goes across the stairs, where if you go downstairs, you're right outside of emergency management. So this whole area is the current jail, judges' chambers, the small courtroom. On this side, the Sally Court, and then this is what you see, the extension from the new building into the old building. So this is all the renovation. Right here is the courtyard. These are the west doors up here. So you have quite an extensive remodel, and these are all the designs. The jury rooms being redone. They're adding a staff corridor. You have Judges Chambers 1, Judges Chambers 2, Administrative Assistant, Court Reporter. The small courtroom is actually somewhere, would you say, right in here. So the new courtroom, small courtroom, will be this entire area. This is the bench. This is a public gallery. There'll be seating. This is probably the best picture I could show you, because all the others have all the designs, and this isn't the best one. I wanted a color one, but it gives you an idea. It has jury conference rooms, attorney conference rooms, a public corridor, and probably most important for our purposes is the secure corridor, which goes from the new building into the existing building, and this whole thing will be controlled going all the way down as you walk into the existing courtroom and anywhere in between by central control in the jail. And there's only so many access points, doors that go in and out, and Tom's people will have full control over that. There's going to be some extra storage. There's a Zoom conference attorney waiting room, so any attorney or inmate will be in a secure setting until they get into a courtroom. There's a door that's actually being added from the courtroom to go into the jury room, so that potential jurors are not using the same access point to go into a secured corridor. There's a protective custody and victims waiting room down on this end. There's been a lot of thought and conversations that have gone into the redesign on this part, so that it's user efficient, it meets the needs of the public, it adds a new functioning courtroom that, if needed, could hold a jury for a 6-person jury, a misdemeanor trial, and both courtrooms will be utilized and operational at the same time if needed. If there's a jury trial in the big courtroom, you could still hold court in the small courtroom and still be efficient with the use of time and personnel. So we're told that the cost for that, originally it was going to be over budget, but these are 90% plans that we have, and going all the way through, just so you can see. This goes phase 2, your exits. This is 62 pages long, so I tried to find the best representation to show you, but it's right at what they say, $2 million.
Yeah, it's a little less than what they originally talked to us about right now.
Sure.
So, just a little over $2 million.
And that's going to be going out for bid soon enough.
It is in the process of being bid right now.
Because the plans are all made, so it's ready to go out for it.
That's correct. It's going through bids right now, because they're actually soliciting bids now, is what I'm told.
So, just wanted to give you a real quick, high-level summary of what was going on with that, since you haven't really had any dialogue or conversation. I mean, this is really hot off the press, and I think it's important to note, especially considering the law enforcement building is almost done, and this will kick off the next phase, which will, for a period of time, will be inconvenient because the demo on phase 2 is gonna take, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but it'll be loud and the court will have to be accommodating because during court to hear pounding and cutting and whatever other noises, I mean, it's just not gonna be ideal, but it's gonna have to be done. Court, the judge and his administrative staff are gonna have to relocate somewhere in the building. I think they've got a location picked out because they can't, obviously, their offices are being wiped out. So, just FYI.
So that new courtroom, it looks like, just judging by the picture, there's gonna be quite a bit of seating there. Even,
So right now, sir, in that small courtroom, there's enough room for a judge, a stenographer, prosecution, defense, and there's 5 chairs. That's it. I mean, it's just, it's a little bitty courtroom.
That's the old one.
The old
Yeah,
courtroom,
right.
yes. And so, yes, it's gonna get much bigger as far as space.
I mean, just looking at
And
the picture, it looks like there might be half as much as there is in the big courtroom, or maybe even more than that, is it?
Yeah, I don't think there's that much. I don't remember how many seats we asked for. That was, I remember the judge putting a number, but I don't
This
know.
looks like a pretty fair stage, is all.
Yeah, it's a good rework of that space to meet the needs of probably what the future will hold.
Okay.
Is the best way to put it.
When are you projecting for this project to, roughly start?
So I think that they talked about starting it July 1st, us being done in June, and them starting in July.
That's quick.
I mean, I think it's all gonna be based on all the bids, and if they get bids put in and everything else.
Sure.
I think that's why they're doing that now, so they can begin starting to tear out.
That is underway, the bidding process.
I was told this morning when I asked for this, how far along were did they have a cost estimate, the final cost? And he said bidding was going right now, and they estimated it right now just a little over $2 million. So unless somebody comes in and says, like it was, during COVID, 3 times more, I don't know the right way to say that now.
Yeah.
I would say the cost is a little less than what we expected to begin with.
Hopefully.
That'd be great.
Oh, absolutely.
And then they said being completed in 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, they won't be done by the end of the year, so they won't be done by December.
I guess the final part of that is Ryan and I, while Ryan's here, we walked the existing roadway. We found the pins in the road, and he and I are gonna work together on getting a bid document to be presented to you to go out if it needs your approval so that somebody can bid, hopefully over the summer, to repair or replace I guess repair is not the right word, replace the existing roadway that's not included as a part of this jail project. So, that's a lot to take in all at one time, but appreciate your patience and being willing to listen.
I appreciate it, too. I didn't plan on bringing those 5 COs up here, but we're down to 40 days, and before, when we had 2 years, we could kind of let these sit on the site burner and do pay-apps at the same time. So as soon as they come in, I asked Wade if we could get these done.
But you should be about finished with any change orders.
Steve, I like you. Please be quiet. We don't need to talk about more change orders. I really, really like you as a friend. So.
He has a cell waiting.
Yeah, so please.
I know that one.
Moving your data, Steve.
With all due respect, shut up, Steve. Okay? Yeah.
Sorry I brought it up.
Yeah, thanks for jinxing it, buddy. I appreciate it, yeah. But yes, I'm hoping, we said, unless these last ones were just something that had to be done, now this little road issue, and I'll have River City come up and talk to you about that, but yeah, we're hoping that we're down to the very last ones here. Knock on wood, let's hope that, so.
Okay.
I won't bring it up again, Tom.
Yeah, right, Steve, yeah, sure, yeah.
I'll print the motion language off and send it to Angie so you have it, but that can be dealt with at the back end.
Okay. I
Have
appreciate
people patiently waiting.
Yeah. Well, once again, I know it's stated before, but appreciate both of your efforts to bring this here and make this stuff, out in the open for everybody, transparent.
Yeah, we wanna be transparent. I don't wanna have to hit Steve right in the mouth because I get frustrated, so.
Please don't.
You got a red button here, somebody.
Oh, yeah, I know.
knows what's
Yeah.
coming.
I will, need whatever,
What, get some lunch, what? What's everybody wanna do? Wanna get some?
I could come back if you guys want to take a break.
Oh, no, we'll
We need.
get you guys.
We need to plow.
Yeah, maybe we need to get some lunch. Wanna get some Subway or something and keep on working, guys?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, I'll get a notepad, you guys are write down what you want on a piece of paper, and I'll go over it. There's a couple passing around.
Oh.
Call it, give me a Sam.
Oh, there was two.
Where's,
Sorry.
oh, here, Steve, can you?
Here you.
All right.
What's the, gosh, what do they call it? Meat, the three different kinds of meat.
Spicy Italian. Italian BMT, Italian, club.
Yeah, club.
You know, you get the veggies to go with it, is that?
I can do that, I can have them put them on a little tray maybe or something, or,
That works out,
that worked okay?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's easier to do it that way than.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we'll just
Then just-
get what kind of sandwich we want, forget the toppings,
Okay, we can do that.
make it easy for you. So,
What kind of chips do you guys want? You want me just to get a couple big bags?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Barbecue, plain,
yeah.
you want, you like grilled or
No do pickle.
chips, or, I mean, plain?
Do I? No dill pickle chips. Oh, no dill pickle chips.
Okay.
You like them? Salt and vinegar, those are.
You don't expect them, they're pretty rude.
No, we want to.
Yeah. I'm here.
That get down to, that's what I'm talking to you, go ahead and try to do that. How long are you gonna need, Brad?
I need an executive session for about 10 minutes and then probably 5 minutes after that,
Okay,
so. Non-elected personnel.
yeah, I just didn't know if we. How long are you gonna be, Ryan?
Go ahead, take care of Brad, it's fine.
Okay. All right, well, Information Technology Director Brad Scheidmeyer, Personnel Matters of Non-Elected Personnel.
What would that be regarding?
Them one or two.
Myself for non-elected personnel, regarding.
Job
Performance. Yeah.
I know he's one missing from the package.
Are you gonna be there, Wade?
Just the commissioners. Wade,
Yeah.
you can if you want. It's information you probably need to know too. Unless you got something else.
No.
Unless your subway makes it here in time.
Let's say, thinking 10.
And
Motion to enter into executive session for 10 minutes to include each of the commissioners and county councilor Wade Bowie and Information Technology Director Brad Scheidmeyer to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel regarding job performance under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319B1.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Been moved by McCurry and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So I guess we will enter in at 12:08.
Read all those job descriptions off.
We're just waiting for Wade. Wade number one.
Are you doing a motion?
Wade with the Y?
Wade with Y. Why?
Oh, okay.
Back in, I would like to make a motion to hire 2 summer interns for the technology office, starting May 19th for both of them, through the summer, through till August 1st. With everything going on in the sheriff's office and construction and everything, I know we can use them.
So moved.
I'll second.
2 summer interns for the summer,
Yes.
From
May 19th through August 1st.
You moved, is that right, Mark? Todd. Okay. Todd moved and McCurry seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you need to do the CP2s now, right?
Yeah. I'll have to get, if you send me that, I'll get it all filled out and everything back to you. Or do I need to have it, them signed it?
What do you mean?
Okay, what else do I need to bring to get this?
No, well, I mean, I could just go ahead and put these in real quick for a motion to hire the individuals.
Okay.
Okay. That's
And
all I
any
need.
other paperwork you need from me, let me know.
Okay.
Good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Road and Bridge Superintendent Ryan Durst, Department update. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, everybody.
Appreciate your patience.
Oh, no problem. So I've got 2 or 3 motions for today. First one is gonna be a motion, to approve a resolution. This is revising the landfill fees, which we've had some discussions on. So basically this, the only thing this does is just removes Woodson County. They had a special price rate that we were given for Woodson County, so we're getting rid of that and, be the same out of county price for anything that comes from out of county now.
Nothing else changes, just that.
Just that, and I think the date, approval date from the last resolution that we had.
Okay, here it is, right. Do we have a motion to approve resolution number 498I, a resolution revising the landfill fees for Coffee County? I'll second. Been moved by Barker and seconded by Thompson. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Just some discussion on the 58 detour. Traffic's a mess down there. The state did get some additional signage up on 58, some barricades, so I think that's gonna help push some traffic north. we're still looking at maybe some additional signage we may need to put in place to help with some of that.
I can see one thing, I didn't mean to interrupt, but right there where the signage is, I think it needs to go back to the east just a little bit, I think. In other words, the signage that's there right now is right at,
At 58 and Wayside.
58 and Wayside.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if some signage does need to go back a ways just to give people, and maybe not, Ryan.
Yeah, I know that was maybe somebody reached out to you. I had a phone call and an email from an individual stating that. I passed that on to the state. I mean,
Is that at the Aliceville Road?
yes.
Aliceville Road.
When I came across there last night, a semi looks like they blocked up there trying to miss the
Well,
sign.
that was actually,
Was it before? Or?
it was actually when the state put those barricades out there, somebody wiped one of them out, had hit the sign and then hit their brakes and skidded.
Yeah, I saw that last night and I was like, where
Yeah.
needs to be?
Yeah,
Or
and then,
maybe
and
something
it
changed.
appears like there wasn't enough notice. I think that's what the individual maybe thought that they.
Right, there's not enough notice, I mean,
But there's a lot of sight distance there that a person,
you know,
I mean, just like the person that hit that barricade, there's no rhyme or reason that, other than they had this. We actually had guys that were eating lunch right there at that intersection.
oh, wow.
And they put those barricades up, and 10 minutes later, this individual come through and just smoking one of them barricades. But, so yeah, so we're still, dealing with some of that stuff. Something I would like to request, is some additional dust control down there, and we're not gonna stop all the traffic from utilizing those roads and quick routes around. You know, no matter what signage we put out there, short of us sitting on an intersection and not allowing people to go down them. You know, we're trying to discourage, obviously, for the safety side of it, but, I think we need to add some dust control to some of the houses down there. On Fifth Road, Underwood Road, and Treepool Road, because they're kind of running all those. And I believe there's, the 11 total residents in all those areas. Total for dust controls, about $11,000. We still have some funds from the state that I think they'll reimburse us. There's $8,900 left out of the original conversations we had in contract on reimbursable for dust control. So I think, you know, we can get that amount reimbursed. We've been looking at a couple $1,000s to add dust control to several of those houses down there.
Yeah, and you're right, you're not gonna stop the traffic, I mean, there's still gonna be traffic that goes through there.
There is. I mean, last week we were shutting a road down so we could we had John in there blading them up, and, you know, I was sitting crossways at an intersection and some Johnson County car come up there, and I could just tell he wanted to go down that way, and I was trying to flag him down and tell him where to go, and I mean, I tried to stop him, and he drove through the grass in the ditch around. So I mean, the traffic's, yeah, it's, you know, we can try to control it the best we can, and we'll continue to, you know, if there's steps we need to take to make it safe. I mean, that's obviously our main concern down there. But, you know, for now, I think we'll have some dust control for the people that's having to deal with some of the idiots and some of the extra traffic. And we'll probably look at maybe some speed limits and some of that stuff. You know, I know Keith Browning's coming in tomorrow, so I'm gonna take him down there and look at some of that and get his input on maybe, you know, we might wanna put some speed limit stuff out there to help slow some of this traffic down too.
I'm sure you talked with Tom, maybe have a sheriff's department or a deputy kind of be seen patrolling that area.
Yeah, and
on a gravel road, that would really cause some radars to go up on people speeding down.
Well, no, I think you have that, and then if you have something that can be enforceable, like some speed limit signs or some of them additional stop signs, I mean, you know, that would give Tom's office, I mean, you know, something to enforce. So,
How many feet of dust control are you planning on those homes?
So, in front of the homes, 600 feet is kind of our standard that we put in front of houses. So there's the houses, and then there's the one oil field operation there on Trefoil, and then there's also a feed yard operation there at Underwood, which kind of ties into the intersection. So we'll put a little dust control down at some intersections and then in front of the houses.
Okay.
Okay, we'll work on that. next I have a motion, this is the, dealing with that bridge up there on the Links Road, a couple miles, west of Beto. And so this is just to enter into agreement with KDOT, for the B2 bridge replacement. Just to recap on that, we were awarded a local bridge project, so they're getting $1.3 million for funding on that. Not gonna be much cost to the county, and so this contract's just to go ahead and, agreement with KDOT, that we're entering into that with them.
Okay. Motion based upon the recommendation of the Road and Bridge Superintendent to approve signed KDOT form agreement number 1011-24 for project number 16C-5348-01, Federal Aid Off-System Bridge Program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. To replace county bridge located 5.5 miles east and 0.8 miles north of Lebo, Kansas, and to enter into agreement for transportation improvement project, which may be financed through the use of federal, state, and local funds, or a combination thereof, and to authorize and direct the Road and Bridge Superintendent to sign all other documents related thereto.
I'll make that motion.
Been moved by McCurry and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion?
When do they have a projected start and finish date for that yet?
So those are 2026 funds. I believe this is supposed to go to bid, this fall. So, I mean, it's
Out
gonna
in
be,
the future.
yeah, it'd be 2026 project.
That's on Links Road, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I did have a landowner in that area reach out again on the, trying to get that opened up, do some sort of repair. I'm still waiting on hearing something back from Cook Flat on, anything that they would recommend is gonna be extremely costly. So I'll continue to ask questions on that, but as right now, there's no, low-cost solutions on it, trying to get that, fixed back up enough to allow vehicles to go over it, so. Alright, next is, some job descriptions. So back, in 2021, when our pay scale was changed and the new job classification, job descriptions that went along with that, I guess we didn't have the job descriptions, gone through and approved. So basically, this is just rectifying and taking care of some of that. You know, any job descriptions the last couple of years that I've come up with or created, I mean, we are up to date because it was commission approval. So this motion here is just one motion for all these job descriptions that we have, and just making it official and getting them approved.
Okay. Motion to authorize, to approve the job descriptions for the Highway Department and authorize and direct the chairman to sign same. Can we read these then, probably?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Highway Department job descriptions in list: account specialist, crew leader, crew supervisor, heavy equipment operator, landfill lead operator, light equipment operator, mechanic, office coordinator, purchasing and fuel specialist, sign/safety coordinator, special heavy equipment operator, survey party chief, survey technician. Also moved. Been moved by Thompson and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion?
Before we go on to this, is there any way we could read those descriptions?
Sure.
I'd like to see them.
Yeah, no, this is, what we'll need signed there, and if you wanna put this off till next week, if you wanna read through them, because there's several of them to read through, I mean, I'll be fine with that, so.
So, just to clarify, so they know, so the job descriptions you're approving, you haven't changed from what was written by the person who did the study?
Correct.
You just are bringing them to have them?
They never were signed, they never were signed by commission. or anybody in our department, so.
And who developed them?
It would have been Lisa, what was her last name? With McGrath.
Like Levi's
I-
21?
Yeah.
That's when the job study was done.
Yeah. And there will probably be more departments coming to bring them because for whatever reason, there was a lapse in
It
getting.
never was taken care of back when it should have been.
It kinda got dropped.
I'll drop that, if you guys have already been over it before I got here.
So it's already, basically it's ongoing, it's not a change, no change.
There's no changes, so basically all these job descriptions coincide with our pay scale and the job descriptions that everybody's listed at.
So 21 is when the pay, is when the steps were
Yeah.
Yep.
redone.
Established. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. That is all the motions I had for today. You guys have anything for me?
I don't.
Okay, one of you needs to
The only,
sign
the
that.
only thing I've got is back on the steps, and this is just food for thought and a seed, but I'd like to address sometime down the road to bring that, what is it, 22 steps now? 21,
Our
22?
current scale's 22 steps.
I'd like to see us address maybe down the road of narrowing that up to a shorter time. We don't have to, I don't mean to do it now, I just want people to think about it, maybe, because at one time I think it was, what, 6 or 8 steps?
Yeah.
Originally, we had 8 steps.
8 steps.
Yeah, there was 6 or 8 steps originally, I think.
And people didn't move a step every year.
It was every 2 years.
The first A to B was 1 year, or 6 months to a year, depending on if it changed. And then from B to C was 2 years, C to D 2 years, so it's 2 years on, then on out.
But I just think the 21 and 22 steps take too long to get to where they need to be, if that makes any sense.
So so is it slower now at 21 steps than it was with the previous steps and skipping years? That was.
Originally, the revised step scale was gonna be 15 steps, but that was every other year. So there was a discussion and it got extended out to allow steps every year instead of every other year. But Brian and I talked about it, others have talked about it, and the issue and the concern is recruiting and then employee retention, that you have to be here for 22 years to get to the top of that particular pay scale, where previously it was structured in a way where people could see somewhere down the road in a shorter period of time, they would get to the higher part of the pay scale. Is that a fair way of saying it?
I'd say that's accurate. I know before any changes were made, I think it was 10 years from start to finish is what it took to get through all those steps. I believe the first, the recommendations they had was a 15-step system, like Wade's talking about, and then it got stretched out to a 22-step system. That's been a factor when we go to try to bring, my department specifically, if we're trying to bring in somebody with some experience, let's say, and they're seeing what we'll bring them in at, and then looking at the longevity and down the road, we've lost some pretty good candidates because, there's going to be 20 years for them to get to some decent money. With I'll take Lyon County for instance, and what they're paying some of their equipment operators compared to, some of their blade operators, and what they're starting them off at is more than us. So it's just, that's just, the 22 years is a long step system.
And again, I don't think it has to be done, I just want to plant the seed as the saying
And there's been
goes.
discussion with several employees, it's just on that, if it could be shortened down, and so, I mean, I know I've talked with Steve in the past, just to bring it up and, at least have the discussion, and where it goes from there, it'll go from there, so.
Yeah, and like I said, we don't have to do anything right now, but I want people to think about it,
Yeah.
and maybe come up with some numbers and.
One of the concerns with the previous pay scale is people would top out. And for example, in the county attorney's office, you had, prior to the new pay scale coming into effect, you had employees that had they had maxed out 10 to 15 years beforehand, and but the county has longevity bonuses too. So if you've been here for however many years, I forget what it is now, your longevity bonus is, at the high end, I think it's $1,800, which is significant, but there has to be that balance, because you want to retain employees just as much as you want to recruit them. So
We also, on the last pay scale that we worked on, when we had people that were maxed out, we also gave them raises beyond that.
We did, we did, but I'm not sure how much longer we could do that.
Well, but if you go to a 5 or 6 step, you're gonna have people go to max out before you get.
Well, I'm not thinking of a 5 or 6.
Well, or 8, 10, 15, whatever.
15.
They're gonna max out sooner.
But I think the wage point then is you have your longevity, and that's got to factor in somewhere. I'm not.
I see that, but I'm saying, they're getting both sides of it.
Right.
If you keep adding steps, or where they can, they're staying at the same step, but we give them a push.
Yes. And we have for the last 2 years.
Yes,
Yeah. And that was, I didn't quite know how we needed to weigh that. So they're out of steps, so we give them the same raise as 21 to 22, if I remember correctly. But then, maybe not all of those people are getting longevity or different levels of longevity. So how do we weigh that? Are we giving them the longevity because they're a long-term employee? That's a bonus or a perk, or is that their raise? I'm not sure what I'm trying to.
Look, I don't need to, we don't need to.
It's all good points.
But I just think it needs to be addressed
It's
somewhere.
kind of complicated to me a little bit. What's the right thing to do?
They
at
get
that
their
point?
cost of living in on top of that. Some people make out pretty good every year.
Right. And if they're still doing their job well, and then we need to reward those long-time people. So it's a catch-22 for me,
It's just.
No, I think it was all pertinent, 'cause I had.
I think it's good. I mean, I think
mind
it's something that definitely needs
questions
to
when we
discuss.
went over
Yeah.
that stuff.
But along with that, then your elected officials, they're kind of stuck. It's gonna take a lot of discussion.
Yeah, because for me, as a commissioner, sitting around thinking about it, it's hard for me to play through my mind all the different scenarios.
Yes.
An elected official, long-term, somebody that's topped out, trying to calculate what's fair to all of them.
To everybody.
It's pretty difficult.
you want everybody to be treated similarly within the county structure, and you bring in elected officials versus non-elected and department heads, and who can do what with who. And several years ago, you had an elected official come in and ask to give certain employees within their department raises, and they were way outside what the pay scale showed, and they asked, and the board said no, because it was creating havoc, and they did it anyways. And there's a way to deal with that, but that's another conversation for another day. Internal equity is important, and I think for someone like Brian, who is over a bunch of employees, what happens with employees in every single department, whether it be led by an elected official or non-elected official, you want all employees to feel like they're being treated equally within each department.
enough of that, I mean, I would just,
Yeah, it's a thought, it's definitely
Well, and that
something.
consultant was hired, what, 5, 6 years ago, whatever, and is that what they were hired to do? I was trying to recall that, you know, was it to make it fair and
Well, they
for
did,
everybody else, and now we're at a point where it's not fair anymore?
some of the numbers I
So one
have
thing I will
trouble
say,
with.
and that the recommendations they give, that plan, it states that every 2 or 3 years, you need to be looking at that, and just to keep up with stuff, because if you don't ever do anything, then you're gonna get behind in areas, so I mean, it's something that needs, I think needs looked at every couple of years, and
Yeah.
it may be fine, or it may be something that you guys see that needs tweaks on, so.
Yeah, if it needs tweaks, that's one thing, but if we need to hire another consultant to do the same thing again, then that's another.
no, I'm not sure that we have.
I don't.
I'm not sure that we have.
I don't know that I could see that myself.
There's a maintenance component, just like you've heard with the comprehensive plan, every so often you have to do maintenance on your plan, because if you don't, then you end up out of whack. And I think one thing that significantly changed since that salary study was done is COVID occurred, and then escalating inflation and the cost to do anything, including on the employee side. It's just, it's all across the board, because you have remote employment now. It's wreaked havoc on the court system, because you have remote hearings, and getting attorneys into this area versus prior to COVID is completely different, because people can work from home, and that's not the way it used to be. So,
I should have saved that for roundtable, but anyway, I guess I got my roundtable out early.
Well, one of them anyhow.
Yeah, one of them.
That's sticking ahead. Bring Tom back in here?
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm good.
I believe so.
All right, well, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, have a good week.
Thanks, Ryan. No, I don't want to get hit in the mouth.
I'm more worried about the gun. Well, so do we need to go back and do the motion for these change orders?
Well, we've got to get them to me.
Oh, okay.
Y'all got the 2 motions
You
for
have
the
to
interns.
see these two you need to do.
Oh, okay, okay.
I sent you an email with
Oh,
this.
That's what I did when I disappeared.
Because I know you don't want to type all that.
I wouldn't. Okay, these
No,
are
it's like
for
work
Brad.
Some of
right?
the jail comments go on, so cold.
Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the CP2 for Tyler Dubuque Technology Department summertime temp classification intern step 2, wage $15.82, effective May 19th, 2025 until August 1st, 2025.
Make that motion.
I'll second.
Been moved by Peterson and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? Does that need to have a limit of hours or anything on it being temp, or does it not?
I don't think so. I mean, they're not gonna get much.
Okay, because that's a period of time, that probably won't.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the CP2 for, can you pronounce that for me? Coven? Coven Plumber, Technology Department, summertime temp classification intern, step 1, wage $15.54, effective May 19th, 2025 until August 1st, 2025. Also moved.
Second.
Has been moved by Thompson and seconded by Peterson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. So we ready to read these change orders, or?
So,
Have somebody come on.
Okay. Motion for the board to approve and for the chairman to sign the following change orders regarding construction related to the Coffee County Law Enforcement Center as approved by River City Construction. change order number 34 with costs associated with potential change order number 058/PR-23, which includes contract document revisions associated with additional camera inside the 4 mental health cells. Deduct $10,847, with $10,847 to be deducted from the project construction contingency.
So moved.
Second.
Then moved by Barker and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion?
Quick question,
Can we,
are all of these in one?
can we do all of
Yeah,
them?
it's all one.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, that's what I got to thinking, it didn't say motion, I thought that about then, so.
At
Okay,
the very bottom, it's all,
okay,
it shows you it's all being deducted and it doesn't change the guaranteed maximum price.
okay, thank you. Change order number 35 with costs associated with potential change order number 060/PR-24, which includes contract document revisions associated with additional electric heater and revised ductwork layout behind laundry equipment. Deduct $13,008, with $13,008 to be deducted from the project construction contingency. Change order number 36 with costs associated with change order 30, moving of perimeter angle back to the construction contingency fund, credit $17,991, with $17,991 to be credited from the project construction contingency. Change order number 37 with costs associated with potential change order 061, which includes contract document revisions associated with finishing and installing condensate neutralizers and drain piping for each water heater. Deduct $3,414, with $3,414 to be deducted from the project construction contingency. Change order number 38 with costs associated with potential change order 050, which includes contract document revisions associated with extending walls over the dormitory showers. Deduct $3,712. Potential change order 060, which includes contract document revisions associated with building a stainless shroud over the washing machines. Deduct $2,929. Potential change order number 066, which includes contract document revisions associated with additional door closures to locker room doors. Deduct $671, with $7,312 to be deducted from the project construction contingency, with no change in the project guaranteed maximum price of $25,712,885.
So moved.
I'll second.
Been moved by Barker and seconded by McCurry. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
You could be first after all
I
that.
hope nobody said, can you repeat that, please? Okay. This doesn't need to go around with that,
Yep.
does it? Okay.
And you just need to sign.
So I think the only pending thing from earlier is having somebody from River City come up and explain the concrete thing, that joint.
Yeah.
And lunch is here, so I don't know if you guys want to take a short break or.
That would sound okay, wouldn't it? So what do we need, guys? 20 minutes? 30 minutes? Somebody say, I'm not a good.
20's fine with me.
20's fine with me.
Okay, well, we'll take a 20-minute break for lunch and we'll be back at 1:14, excuse me.
Yeah, do a lot of reading.
Yeah.
You can pass that around.
Do all sign that, is that?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. Yeah, that's done. We need to do this motion. I'm gonna write it for you. It's for the sheriff's office.
Oh.
Let me put it in real quick.
What?
I gotta put it in the computer real quick.
I'm gonna hand this out to you. I was able to finally get a color copy, so you don't have to.
Bridge up by legal?
Well, this looks like the picture on the lost dogs, the guy right there.
So what I showed up on the screen, what I handed out was sort of an old color picture of what the new phase 2 is gonna look like. So that way you have something to
Looks like there is,
look at.
there is quite a few seats in there, looks like, on this picture.
Yeah, the goal is so you can have, you're talking about small courtroom, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you can have people come in and sit and wait actually in the courtroom. Right now, the current setup is they have to wait out in the walkway when you first go through the security. And then someone come out and get them to go into that small courtroom because it's not much bigger than this room we're sitting in right here. So if you're holding court, it's not ideal. I don't know if it was originally meant to be a courtroom. I think it was originally meant to be the law library. But
It's ready now.
I think way back when, I believe it was a law library.
Yep.
Long.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
But on Wednesday right now, we're running 2 court sessions. Judge Wine has court in that small courtroom, and then Reynolds has our regular criminal traffic docket in the big courtroom.
Did he say?
I think so. So we've got a, motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the CP2 for Amanda Maloney, new hire, jail corrections 1, classification 30-9, wage $22.54, effective April 30th, 2025. I'll move.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Do you have any further discussion?
And what was that, what was it? That was
It's a new hire for the
jail.
jail.
Oh, okay.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes.
Okay. This, all of this will go into that folder, shipping in.
Everything's on the display is going there.
I don't know this month is rent. This month is going fast.
This is checks out the side of this one.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all payroll checks?
And you could just initial them if you wanted, you know, to sign those.
Work it out.
You don't have to read.
Okay, one more chip.
I'm good, thank you.
Robert. Finish started.
I thought we tried to coordinate that one. Flex made easy, what is?
Well, she started in March, right, and it would have ended April 15th.
Do what? Flex made easy,
Okay.
maybe.
Real time.
Yeah, we're on real time, not estimating.
Is that really flex? Maybe it's flexing. You guys run out of ink or what? I guess so.
What is it? Any question?
No.
Oh.
And you, what's your, like, Ohio Child Support?
There's probably a,
Withholding on some of these from
Oh,
state of
oh,
Ohio?
okay.
Like that Kansas Payment Center?
Yeah.
That's not flex.
What's that?
You've got to do child support.
I know. What is it?
We love being bill collector.
I take it you have to do that every once in a while.
Yeah. More than once in a while.
Is that right?
Angie, what specifically is flex made easy?
That is, so like, you can have money withheld out of your check or, a flexible spending account for your eyes, your dental. It's an extra, like,
Savings account?
cafeteria plan, sorta. If you're on the high deductible, you can only do eyes and dental, but if you're not on the high deductible and you wanna take out the Flex Made Easy plan, then you can use it for anything medical. But you have to use it or lose it.
Within
The year.
the year.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, but it's part of the benefits. or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
so.
Are we done yet?
Yeah, we're just about done, yeah.
That's the last one for that year.
Just about. Bless you.
Excuse me, so sorry.
Yeah, well, I think I've got
Okay.
that stack.
All right.
Oh, boy, here comes the fun stack.
years. Okay, I think all of this will go into that. Here's the start of that.
So I got a question. Dish Network at 1513 Native Road for Angie Strotter.
Is that at the lake?
Native.
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah,
nice.
okay.
And she's the one that they probably contact.
So according to this, it's in her name.
Is that at the sheriff's office?
Says account holder Angie Strotter, service address 1513 Native Road.
Okay,
It'd be the sheriff's.
It's
But
the
I don't know
sheriff.
why is it in her name?
I don't know.
I saw the
She'd be
name,
the
I just-
contact person. She would probably be the contact person, but,
It says account holder on it.
okay, I will call her and ask her about
Who's the
that.
check made to, though? Was it made to the company?
I don't,
It's on the,
you don't see a check attached to it.
doesn't mean the sign sheet on the front. I just mean the check's going to them, it's not going to her, is what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, it would be going to Dish Network.
Yeah. So it's not being paid to her.
I didn't know. I think the back said reimbursement, didn't it? Is that page, Tom? Very back one, Steve.
Dish Network.
Network.
I can, let me check with her real quick.
Now, this is this is a new stack here.
Yeah.
Just figured it was a county, it shouldn't be his name on it. They may give a discount if it's like a municipality or something. Or charging more. Or charging more.
Yeah, one or the other.
Or what?
Or charge more.
Oh, if you're a municipality, some of them, I know like the fire station down there, MediaCom uses cable down there, they would charge us for it.
Oh, really? They might feel sorrier for the life-saving people than they do for us.
Is that right? Yeah.
Possibility.
She didn't know, so she's gonna call in and find out.
She being Angie?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, you just control this stack.
So is this going into a basket, right, or this stack there, is it?
Well, it's out of this basket
Okay.
here, yeah.
Do that, and then,
That'll end up somewhere. Everything, yeah, at the end, all of this stuff will go into that basket.
In there for me that I can see. Designated to that particular search or. How much was it? Total bill.
Mm-hmm.
Tax, 706, is just tax, so it must be some kind of fees.
I'll just try it together. All this, and then we've got that basket over there.
Oh, that's not being used. Angie,
Yeah.
the Bobby Skipper's fund not being used, or did, our new economic director get it?
I would think she got it.
Or did it come in for it? What's the one, 49, or 4900493? I know it's not special.
I can check with her.
Okay.
I'm gonna believe Brett now.
Hey,
So she has that number listed on her business card. But currently, we do not have a phone because the phone that we had was broken. So she talked to Wade and they're gonna get a cell phone and use the same number. Either sign or stamp. Oh, you got the handprint?
I'm okay.
If you do, we can stamp you and I'll sign.
I can I just paying attention when I run up into the other line. I thought, I might make somebody else some signature over here.
All right.
Hey, right?
She is, Wade.
Oh.
Transfer.
She's a.
With victim witness.
You what?
Victim witness.
Okay, that's, okay. Knew the name, I couldn't think of it. All right, thank you.
Thanks for last time. I needed it.
Huh?
I said, thanks for last time. I needed it.
True, I believe, yeah.
No, thank you for getting it.
No.
So she's on hold now, but when she pulls up their online portal, it says Coffee County Sheriff's Office. I don't know why it wouldn't print out unless maybe it doesn't allow for Coffee County Sheriff's Office and then her name and then the address, I don't know, but she's on hold, so.
So she's a point of contact then?
Yeah, she would be the contact, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nobody down there.
Yes.
Which department is Jimmy Eisman work in?
Chief.
Something's been in the air today. Yep.
Angie, I got a question on this one. Sheila Swank says she got a $441.48 reimbursement, but the invoice she turned in only says $41.48 on it. Oh.
Yeah, I think that was a typo. Good catch.
Good catch. Better than made it to my hands.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, just.
I mean, Sheila will probably be mad at me now, but.
Okay, I'll pull that check and void it.
You know what stack it's in?
Yes, and that one, you wanna take a break for a minute?
Oh, damn, I hate to.
You get your stamp, Wade.
He's got one.
I've got one, but somebody's got to sign, and so the other people can stamp, so I try to sign. I guess that's correct, one person has to sign. Ooh.
Suppose so.
There it is.
Put their finger on the four, and they did this instead of this, didn't it? Apparently, I printed that out.
Yeah. We have not received any more volunteer board applications, have we? I mean, we've interviewed everybody who's applied.
Had one more person that took paperwork, but I
was expecting another one.
Mark, if I send those, not to change the subject real quick.
No, go ahead.
If I send those disposals in Word, right now they're not signed, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, once you get them signed, you can send them,
Okay,
but, yeah,
okay. I didn't know if that would be okay. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
You were talking board.
yeah, I mean, is it our intention to make appointments before we leave today?
Well, I don't know, it's open till the end of the month.
It's open till the end of the month, but that's, yeah.
I mean, the terms expire April 30th.
That's it.
Looks like you just missed one. I caught it again though.
If it's just one, it's okay.
Yeah, I've been known to miss
We're all
several.
okay.
I've been known to miss several.
How many checks do I have in here?
I don't know. Is it a trick question?
No, I didn't. No, it's not a trick question. I have trouble pick them up. Two
They
there,
do.
or is there one?
They stick together.
I really have to critique it or whatever. I sit there scratching it with my thumb.
Was that better, Lee? My finger must have slipped.
Pardon me?
I said my finger must have slipped
Uh-huh.
after I pushed too long.
Yeah, you must have got a double four or something.
Oh, I do that a lot, but most of the time I catch it.
Thank you.
AT&T bill has a special municipal charge. Special? Yeah. Or get charged just because we're municipals? Well, you can't pay taxes when we're special. Yes. The charge in lieu of taxes? A lot of car washes.
Yeah, they do.
Or kind of vehicles to Wow. These are car washes. Nobody, does anybody do it by hand anymore?
Use their hand to push the button.
I don't, I use Club Car Wash, has a lot of them.
Where's this?
Oh, it's right there on the south side of Ottawa, right south of Magnolias, south of Magnolias,
Oh, it is, okay. I looked right at that, I didn't see it.
long day.
It has been a long day.
You that tired?
Yeah. You know, when, we started with the agenda last week, you know, we just had a few things,
Yeah.
and I thought, oh, they'll be done by noon.
What was it?
And then bam, bam,
Yeah.
bam,
Well, I
bam.
think my comment was like 6, you know,
Yeah.
updates that
Yeah,
you had or whatever.
I kept on looking, I thought, holy
I
smoke.
started like, oh
I'm not even look
my.
at it till Friday morning. Or Sunday night.
Yeah. Yeah, I looked again last night just to make sure that.
Okay, so she said she has it fixed with Dish Network, that in the future it will appear as Coffee County Sheriff at 1513 Native Road. She said she's not sure, they weren't sure how it got changed, but she is the contact person, so.
The
lake.
lake.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So just another dumb question, I guess.
Dumb question.
244 internet service.
We share with the internet through the county, and that's part of ours to be in the county loop with the school districts
Okay, package
In
deal.
the hospital
and the
and,
hospital and everything, and it's
Okay.
our share, like the coffee can thing.
yeah, fiber board.
Okay. So they don't actually pay their portion of it, 244 school district?
They're over it. They're, when I go to the fiber board meetings, it's with the school district, and they oversee it. So where we can all get the fiber and stand on top of it, and each one pays that, and then they pay the total sum to it.
Yeah, this is just our share.
Our share of it.
Oh, I see, so that's our portion.
Our portion of
Okay.
it. And then everybody else is paying 243, 244, chips into that.
Contributes to it?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Lynn County inmate housing, $9,250.
Yeah.
So we must have a lot of prisoners on hand right now.
Maybe we can get some of them here to pay for our stuff.
Below that back, maybe.
No, we won't have to pay that once we figure it out.
Right.
Yeah, we're transferring them.
$1,000 to cover the cost of maintaining and cleaning the bear costume.
The what?
The bear costume? You needed $1,000 to maintain and clean it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just part of it. That's from the diversionary funds. You know, it's expensive.
Do you know where you're cutting off, what goes in that envelope?
No.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Are we past it?
You might be, it's looking like it's getting kind of full. Here, I
Oh.
can fix this up. Okay.
Said something.
Mhm. Of course, it may not be it.
Well, that's not just
Oh, our
cleaning,
sheet,
it's also
yeah.
to pay for the presenters and also the handouts to give out, it's the overall cost of it. question here. Minus one and S2. Drop to
Tear a hole in the soil.
Denomination.
My guy, oh.
They got 204.
I just read what was written.
Well, they bought 2 bags of potting soil to repair a hole in the soil.
Oh, it might have been, Barb down here. I mean, I don't know.
Barb signed it, yeah.
Is that Barb?
Yeah.
Probably on this grass down here. That was, and that's just a guess.
It's just funny how she wrote, repair a hole in the soil.
I'll have to ask Barb the next time I see her what
She's into plumbing now.
Yeah,
huh?
she's into plumbing. That grass does look good down there now.
It does.
She made the comment that to thank everybody that was really not a good decision when
we got
the turf.
Yeah,
It looks really nice right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. But she showed them in comparison of the strips where they
Yeah.
didn't do it and the strips they did. And it's hard to get that kind of a stand of grass, that's for sure.
And she takes really good care of it too. She,
Do they come in and fertilize that anytime, or?
I don't know if she did or not. That's kind of her baby, is to plant some grass, and so I don't know if she, the way it looks, it's been fertilized.
Yeah, she does a really good job of maintaining it, no doubt about that.
Did they have, I don't know about, did they guarantee us a stand or something? I can't remember now.
I think there was a guarantee on that stock when they brought it in. I don't know if it was for the first year or.
Almost seems that way. And then we had the sprinklers. We had discussion about whether did the sprinklers first, or, I mean, which we did, but I mean, I can't remember, there was some discussion about that too. Trying to minimize doing things over.
Right.
No rush. No.
Keep the lights on, keep everything working. Probably goes up in the summertime, doesn't it?
That's the.
Yeah, she brought it in.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
exciting.
She said she figured she held her finger on the puller too
She
long.
must have.
Yeah, normally she catches it.
season, make sure you know where the meter is, don't go over it. You might, if you keep it moving, you ought to be able to find it, right?
That's right. Should be able to.
Trying to hide one so they can't find it.
Yeah.
Every time they open the lid, it costs you.
Yes.
Nowadays, you don't have to open the lid.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Some longer reading, so 50,000,009 to 600,000. Somebody help me zero down here. So, better trade it in. You said you wanted to get rid of those.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess Terry Martin does want to continue on the library board.
She does?
So,
Who is on the library board?
Do what?
Who is on the library board?
I just had my papers.
You mean all of them, or just?
We only have one library board?
Yeah.
Terry, Kim Rubon, Terry Wallace, Liz Collins, and Jimmy Fox.
They're all up?
No, it's Terry Martin's the only one.
Yeah, Terry wants to re-up.
She wants to re-up.
The director sent me an email. I was checking in my email to see if I had missed anybody, but I could have swore I sent her the application and I sent it back. I'm sending it.
should ask her this week.
She's been on there quite some time. hasn't she?
I think so.
These ones for contract attorney, are they just like retainer fees for the county?
For court.
For court system?
Yeah.
So like court appointed ones?
Yeah.
Is that what those are for?
Yeah. Defense attorneys.
I noticed
So
there's,
same question, on inspections.
was it? I noticed
There's several of them. There's several.
Make sure I know the routine.
Yeah, some of them are from around here, because we don't have enough attorneys to go around and run things.
Sometimes there's too many. Steve, I thought you were working on making your file smaller, but
I am. This is getting too small. And there's still another basket.
It's not as big a bat.
Yeah, I know. This is a pretty big basket.
Name for business. Interest warehouse.
So, on this one, I mean, I looks like this, it says, that should be coming out of the jail construction project. All right, so that, that's where it's coming from, is that fine?
Federal tax. Need to work check on this one. Got a tax on it. Oh, it says right here, no one is exempt from federal excise tax.
No one.
Yeah, like our trucks, you don't pay tax on a lot of things. Everybody pays FET on tires. A lot of your truck tags cover a lot of stuff, but you don't have to pay tax on. FET is not one of them. Everybody complains about how much commercial truck tags cost. Well, they don't cost that much
If you break it out.
How much tax you get taken on and
Yeah.
stuff. Of course, then you got your heavy use tax and all these other things on it too.
Clothing allowance.
Make up for it when the insurance company comes along. Crazy.
Oh, yes.
Most companies went up 20% on commercial truck insurance. Yeah. Ours went up 9, because ours was sky high the year before.
So
Get us a little of that back, because we've been behaving better.
I hadn't heard from Tim for quite a while. Does he stay in contact with you guys? Johnson?
Yeah. I mean, matter of fact, I went to that KNRC meeting with him Monday.
How was that?
That's pretty good. I've got some stuff to give you guys around the table here.
That legislatively or whatever, I mean, has he been keeping pretty constant contact? I mean.
Yeah, he goes a lot, yeah.
I hadn't heard a whole lot, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's part of the contract, and it's part of the other, and
Shows the horse.
oh, man.
I have trouble with the phrase, it's a bargain or it's a good deal. You gotta give us a good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Compared to what?
That's what I was out of, because you can't, they're hard to compare this to anything else, because they are the top
Oh,
wall.
yeah, and then you get service and you've got parts availability and all of the above, but God, there's gotta be a limit too.
I hate to sound a joke, I threw in my relatives right there. I didn't put them there.
You did, I was gonna say, you didn't do that, man.
I did not do that. Some more.
Well, I thought you really speeded up, but you just moved the stack, didn't you?
I just moved it all over here, from there to here, so it made it look a little better here.
Oh, it's, God, that just takes time.
It does. That was. I thought the young people this morning did a good job.
Yeah. Sure did.
Both sets of them?
Yeah, both sets of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope they can come up with whatever funds they need to do with it on. It's like a pretty neat program.
Yeah. my grandchildren, well, my youngest granddaughter, she was involved in robotics for several years. And that's, you know, pretty boring to watch, but they learn a lot too.
Well, I was really impressed with all their knowledge about gearing and
Gearing,
everything.
yeah,
I mean, you know, I didn't ever take geometry in school, but that's something that I have a pretty good understanding of.
Well, you know, when you increase the RPM, you lose torque, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got it.
And they're having these competitions and they're tweaking things and
Yeah.
doing things.
Yeah.
They're really into it.
Yeah, rewinding the
Oh, I can tell
motors
they
with
are.
making different magnet and winding combinations and everything. They're doing a bunch of different testing there and trial and error, sounds like.
Don't they still have the robotics?
Pardon?
I think they still have the robotics.
I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
Pretty good.
It's kind of interesting to hear though that by participating in that Kidman thing, it kind of turns some of them on to engineering.
Engineering, yeah.
Yeah. They have changed some majors there, you know. Found something that they enjoyed putting their mind to.
What is Team Kansas?
That is, the,
Is that the economic development?
Yeah.
Mm.
I think it is.
where county employees create their own teams and they exercise the walking. Or am I thinking Walk Kansas?
Is that Team Kansas? We had a discussion a couple
Yeah.
of weeks ago.
No, yeah, that's, I'm sorry, wrong one. That is, a program that they agreed to sign up with that gives them, access to, what is it, grants and other programs the state has for economic development.
Well, that, it is.
Um,
She talked about it, I
Yeah.
can't remember what,
she did, she was in and talked
The
to
new economic development?
We did it before too,
Yeah.
we just hadn't signed up this year, and they decided, because, and they even asked to do like a prorate, because we're already part of the way in, but they haven't had any of their events yet, so they wouldn't prorate it. Their event starts this next month, so they'll meet with, I guess you can meet with different businesses and all kinds of stuff.
So there's several counties, entities that are in on it?
Yeah.
I could be mine, or you can get another job.
You all know his family? I work in the construction field, remember I got him for some.
Oh, that's right.
Just enough to get in trouble.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right, too.
This is that check that we did over and all the paperwork with it. Maybe we want to try to keep those together, maybe.
And that would go into that one.
Yeah, so this is all the stuff out of the last basket.
Is this out of that yellow file, Brent?
No, I don't, no, it was not.
Okay, that would go in that one then?
Yeah.
This is out of the last basket.
See, you were right, this might be something that you some here for. Translated.
That's what we did.
And we make pretty good $9 million worth of
We, this is that, one that you got, Mike, that they lose issue, that 4148, tank.
Honestly, I'm impressed that whoever has to sit in that office and put this together every month, that's impressive.
A lot of work involved.
What? Whoever puts all this together every month, I'm impressed. Probably Wade. Probably Wade.
No, it comes from my office.
I know where it comes from.
Oh. Smarty pants.
No, that's a lot of work to,
It is.
to be organized. Yeah. I cleaned my desk off yesterday in my office and I thought it was only 2 hours of it. But this is, I'm impressed. I have 2 desks to clean off now. I added a desk so I wouldn't have to clean this off and shuffle over to the other one when it's full. I have a janitor. I love Jack with me. I have piles on my desk and all the principal and stuff and then working with this. Stack them all. It takes you half the week to figure out where the heck everything was. And you have there for a reason. Yeah. Days you just wanna hold a trash can up to the side of the desk and
Just shove it in?
she threatened that several times.
You guys having fun?
Yes. All the time?
I need to get about 10 minutes, executive session for non-elected personnel. We need to wait till he comes back.
Yeah, and Angie.
Can I set, right?
Oh, yes. How you doing, Colin?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing okay so far.
Good.
I'm
Are
sure
you guys being nice to Mike?
we tried to.
It's Mike being nice to us.
Nice, are you being nice to them?
I'm always nice and
Okay.
Is that right, Mark?
Okay. That's the way to work.
See, I'm even nice enough to share this line here with Todd's signature.
I thought I was a stepchild when they had me sharing in there, so.
Don't feel bad, guys. I had to share with me, so that's.
So far, I've had my own one.
Yeah.
I just got to leave.
Okay.
I told her to wait for you and for,
Are we gonna do it when she gets back? Do I need to go get Wade?
Yeah, probably, if you wanted,
I can do that.
that'd be fine.
Thank you.
Probably be good.
We are never leaving.
That's
the last never leaving.
This is the last, that's the last for that basket. This will go into that basket. In other words, that all goes into that basket that Todd's got.
Okay.
And then this next stack will start going into,
And then we're done?
yes.
Yeah, we got a couple cards here and round table, sounds like an executive session.
This one goes into my favorite basket with the little hocket.
Yeah, the dirty bird, isn't it? I got it.
On my credit card, I got it through the Wichita State Alumni Association, and it's got a big blue shot on it. I whipped that out. We ate supper Saturday night at Mississippi State. Went to visit. What the hell is that?
Oh, got a shocker on it?
Yeah.
Well, I hope everybody knows I'm all in fun. My wife's the one that's really into sports. I'm not. I like Ribbon McCurry about here. So do we.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I told him, I'm assuming it's coming right.
Yeah, that's the last
That
one.
usually by.
Want to wait till he gets here? Want to wait till he gets here so we know when we.
Yeah, and this is the last of that
What are you doing,
basket, so
Glenn?
that'd be a good place.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh.
Get up and stretch your fingers.
Got a card here from Stacy Augustine. Says, "Dear Commissioners, on behalf of our entire team, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude for your generous support in funding the HVAC unit and essential laboratory equipment for the hospital. Your commitment to the health of our community is truly appreciated. We are proud to serve under the leadership of commissioners who prioritize and recognize the importance of access to quality local health care for our people. Thank you once again for your continued support and for all you do." Sincerely, Stacy Augustine.
This knocks him on. Oreo chips.
And,
Wellness?
got another card that says, "On the behalf of everyone at Wolf Creek Nuclear Generating Station, thank you for supporting our 40th anniversary celebrations with the purchase of an advertisement in our commemorative magazine publication. This quickly became a really fun project for us, and because of your support, we've been able to start distributing thousands of copies to employees, retirees, community members, and key stockholders. We appreciate your involvement and look forward to the continued partnership as we look to celebrate many more years of reliable, always-on power." Okay. And it says, "Thank you."
I hope we celebrate many more years.
Yes, sir. I guess haven't always read all the thank yous. A lot of them are personal in nature, but I thought those were kind of more something that'd be nice to read aloud.
That was nice.
You said you think 10 minutes? Okay, motion to enter into executive session for 10 minutes to include each of the commissioners and County Councilor Wade Bowie II and appraiser Connie Lawrence to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel regarding job performance under the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319B1.
It may not be job performance.
Should it be Ruth?
I don't know, it's.
Yeah.
I can't help you.
Not about tires or diesel fuel, so I can't.
My mind was spinning on something else. I'm trying to. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Mike's iPad or whatever spinning.
Yeah,
just, yeah.
Is it attorney-client?
No, it's not elected personnel.
Do you need to fix
Why, it just keeps spinning.
The little wheel up in it, like it's buffering or loading, and you just continue this phone.
You must have a course or something, that's two in one day.
Full of information.
Here you go.
Not job performance,
This
it
would
would
be,
be,
so.
benefits. Employee benefits. Employee benefits.
So should I reread the second part of that, or read the whole thing again?
I think everything is the same except for job performance. It's not job
Yeah.
performance, it's.
To discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel regarding employee benefits. That be suitable?
Yep.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Been moved by Thompson and seconded by McCreary. We will enter in at 2:58 for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dustin.
No action taken regarding last executive session.
In my summation,
I need to ask for a 5-minute executive session. Myself, the board, it's under attorney-client, and it's in reference to a legal update regarding a consulting agreement.
regarding a
Legal update regarding a consulting agreement.
Is that something we need to go downstairs for? Can we just stay right
We
here?
can stay right here. I like the way you're thinking.
I'll save you.
So I need to get to a board meeting.
You said 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
While you're making the motion, I'm grabbing.
Yeah.
it's thinking about it too, huh?
All right.
sorry. Motion to enter into executive session for 5 minutes to include each of the commissioners and county councilor Wade Bowie to discuss matters regarding the legal update regarding a consultant agreement under Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 75-4319B2.
I'll make that motion. Second.
Been moved by McCurry and seconded by Admondroff. Is there any further discussion?
I need to add in there, discuss matters in the attorney-client relationship. Right?
I would imagine so.
It's under the attorney-client thing.
Regarding a legal update, yeah.
To discuss matters of the attorney-client relationship regarding a legal update regarding a consultant agreement. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Still good with their motions?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We will go in at 3:14. One second. Oh.
So no action being taken, after the last executive session.
5 minutes, Rick? Oh, weird.
That's all I have. Do you have something else for me?
Anything for roundtable?
Nope. Everything I would have had was covered earlier. Have a good week.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Wade.
So you guys want to wait till we're done signing? You were around table? That's fine.
Go ahead and do it.
How do you want to do it?
Yeah, it probably won't be that long, we'll be done, and shouldn't take too long to go around the table afterwards, so.
We never did hear from River City, did we?
Do you want me to go see if Tom can get a hold of him, or
I thought Wade had,
go chase Wade down before he gets too far away?
See if I it's not gonna work for me, so I'll go see if I can. Look back.
Trinan?
Yeah, they're gonna come up Monday morning and update us, told them have the answers, so.
Okay. So I need to put it on the agenda for this next Monday?
I would say so.
Angie, on this one here to Hoover's, it's for $30.58, which they've attached a receipt for. And then on the back page, there's one here to Lewis Oil.
That would be Redbridge.
And it says Hoover's Thriftway number 213. How many stores do they have?
That's probably their vendor number.
Oh. But there's a receipt on the back from Lewis.
That probably should not be there.
Here, you and I gotta talk.
Call him bird dog.
He's gotten better about signing now.
I've only missed 2 or 3 today, so that's not a bad deal.
I haven't, it hasn't made it to me yet.
Because I
Michael.
saved you.
Oh, thank you.
The double catch.
Yeah, the double catch.
Tossed the last safety net.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty easy to do.
This one in here, we get our fuel from an outfit, and they service our tanks, and we can meter them and everything, instead of paying $7,000 for an outfit coming in out of Texas to do it. We need to look into that.
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, it's got the bids and stuff in here.
The idea has been to spread the stuff through the businesses in the county, I suppose, because about everybody supplies fuel that wants to, I think. That's probably been the thinking.
Is that actually fuel costs though, or are you
No,
talking
this
about
is
maintenance of the
This
tank?
is the maintenance of the monitor on top where you can tell how many gallons you got and what department gets it when they fuel their vehicles at the different vehicles.
I know, so I suppose that's something we own probably, isn't it, that metering system?
I'm sure we do.
I'm sure we do, but I mean, like what I'm saying is, when we get our fuel, they take care of our metering system. You know, with our on-road fuel, we have to have a meter there for the different trucks so they can put it
Right.
down.
We don't deal with it at all.
Uh-huh.
Or is yours the same way?
I don't have a tank for my fuel.
Okay.
For my truck fuel, anyhow.
And we've got bids through it and everything, but I'll talk with him. He had a question.
That's Road and Bridge, right?
Yes.
We could have Ron come in Monday and
You want to just put this one on top, Angie, then?
Which one's that, the
Well,
fuel?
we're talking about that meter.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that'd be the proper way to do it, is have.
I mean, you wanna go ahead and pay it,
Well, yeah, I mean,
But
we
then-
own it.
We own it.
Oh, it.
but then, I can make a copy of it, you want me to put on your desk?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
And I may see Ryan tonight if I do all the, ask him about it. I don't know, Lewis just probably sells them the bulk fuel. He does.
Well, Lewis, Co-op,
Rogers Oil.
Rogers.
They take turns with all of it. then?
Ottawa Co-op, New
Yeah,
Co-op.
Ottawa Co-op falls, don't they?
Yeah.
I think they do. Hello. Oh, I was just calling you about that question that I came down the hall and asked you about. Yep, okay. Well,
Why not
that's
give them
okay.
back?
Good enough, you didn't answer, so I just, we were getting ready for round table here in a minute, and we decided
Yeah, okay.
if he was available or not, so.
Did
Good
we
enough.
really get ice from Wichita?
Okay, all right, thank you. Bye.
I don't know what they built there.
They got
Booth on my missed call.
200 7-pound bags, and then a delivery charge of $15 for ice from Wichita delivered to Road and Bridge.
Did they own it?
Wouldn't it be better if we just bought an ice machine for them?
Yeah, they have an ice machine out there for ordering. I'm sure they've got that. That's all you gotta have, is an ice machine.
What, I mean, what?
They bought 200 7-pound bags at $1.61.
We wouldn't take many deliveries of that, pay for an ice machine that could have a couple £100. But, and I knew they'd probably go through a lot during the summertime.
Yeah.
You could get them big enough.
Is that 1510 South Sixth Street, Burlington?
That's Road and Bridge.
Yeah, how big a capacity you would need. I mean, you'd need some, like you said, Todd, during the summer, that's for sure. I'm sure they build a lot of jugs and
You got them for your station, don't you? Waverly?
Mm-hmm.
We got an ice machine down there.
But we don't go through a lot of ice. I mean, the swimming pool gets it out of it during the summer. But that's good to keep it
Recirculated.
fresh,
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Do you want me to make a copy of that one for you to talk to him about too?
You know how long 200 bags of ice
I don't know.
last them?
I don't know
Curious.
what that would look like, how long that lasts.
Right here, Angie.
I'll be right back.
Wow. I sleep pretty good tonight.
Long time to sit in the chair. It's kind of like driving a truck, only you don't have to watch the traffic at least, but you gotta sit in one place, it's.
If you're driving a truck a lot, you got your, well,
Yes.
no, it's, we got our.
I'd really love driving if there wasn't other vehicles on the road. I don't have any problem with my driving.
Yeah, it's always the other person.
Knock on wood. Never made contact with another vehicle.
Is that you shaking?
Never.
Yeah.
So man, I've had some close ones.
I bet you.
Just so you know, that's monthly, that's $3,000 a year.
That damn sure paid for the majority of the ice machine, a big volume.
Yeah. I wouldn't think they'd be terribly high service machine.
You got water filters on
If you-
it, really, and
If you got a water, I mean, all they do is hook it into a water supply.
Yeah.
And ours at the stations are fairly small, you get it fairly.
Didn't know how much maintenance they require. I don't know anything about them.
if you don't get crushed ice, there's not much to them. But maybe a normal refrigeration person or air conditioner person can work on it.
I see.
We've had ours at Station 7 for probably 15 years or so, and it's the original, we have to have it worked on every once in a while,
Yeah.
there's just a.
So how's it, I mean, obviously it freezes it, but how's it kick that out?
It's got an auger in it, when it fills up, there's a trickler in it.
It pushes it out, so when you start to clean out, then it just keeps on refilling.
And it sits in there and it melts and it goes out of floor drain.
Yeah.
I see.
And if you have instances where you need an ice bag, you can always buy bags to put your ice in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do, we got an extra freezer down there, we'll fill up extra freezer and
Uh-huh.
Did you send that original back around so they could sign off on it?
I think I gave it to one of them.
Yeah.
I did, okay.
Yeah, to me, talking about the ice?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I initialed it and set it on the file.
So, you still gonna go deconstruct this evening?
Yeah, I gotta go put a kitchen together tonight. I got a new kitchen sitting over in that house I gotta go put together. We'll take a nap first.
That sounds good.
Where's that?
Are we out of stuff to sign?
We are.
We are.
Todd's been down there, I think we're done. This is all old stuff, right, Angie? That's our applicant,
Yeah.
right?
You'll have to wait when they're done, because I have to get that picture. Oh, I probably need a group picture.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys okay with doing a group picture after this?
Well, sure, I'm always good.
Or do you want to wait
You're
till
already
next
here,
week?
you might as well get it over with.
I don't think it's gonna get any better.
This is, yeah, a week later, a week older.
Yeah, that's right, that's
We
right.
told it.
Just can only do that once a month, so. Can only wait for next month.
That's,
Well,
a few
sometimes,
short lists in the middle of the month, but.
yeah. sometimes it's a different day than on Monday, but.
Special
It's
issue.
more efficient if you do it on a Monday, everybody's here.
Yeah, and maybe it is the 27th, which is on Tuesday.
He's making faces.
And that's the short month, or,
Well, I got a newspaper to put together.
I know.
Okay, we'll make her work.
Well, I'll be working on Monday, but, well, hopefully it's a short agenda.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is. Not many people are here after the holiday.
Yeah.
Did you figure out that?
Yep. I was just trying to access a link we had in the program.
Well, Todd, did you have anything for roundtable?
Do we need to be talking to somebody about Jacobs Creek Fire Department, with the number of people we've got out there, the resignations?
We're
Can they
pretty low.
function?
You what?
Can they function? 'Cause I heard we're down to 3 people out there.
I think we got 6.
I think we got 6.
6?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's
2 of
after
them.
the 2 resigned?
2 of them turned in their resignation at the board meeting the other night.
Right.
That's, you mean as far as fire?
Yeah, I didn't know how, because I heard we had very low numbers, and I didn't know if there was.
So Burlington's an automatic response.
Okay, all right.
I mean, anytime Jacobs Creek has a fire, Gridley and Burlington are automatic response.
So they're just for quicker response to get on the scene.
Yes. Yes. I mean, that's the way it's always been. They've never had large numbers out there. Aren't I right? You are. So Burlington, if there's a fire anywhere close out there, Burlington, a lot of times will be Jacobs Creek.
Burlington's usually the primary on it, and then we'll call out Gridley if it's assistance needed on it, so. I know one time they was talking about putting in a new building that was proposed out there, and then they wanted a tanker pumper vehicle put up out there for their convenience, but I don't think it affected the ISO rating on it to not have it out there, so.
On the water supply.
Right. Very limited, yeah. So I think that's kind of been taken off the table.
But that's pretty well covered, Todd.
Okay.
It really is.
Good.
Okay.
We got a lot of grass on down around there.
Yes.
So,
Hartford comes down sometimes and assists with that one too, so the refuge has vehicles also.
well, then speaking with the, fire situation, I think we really need to sit down, maybe with Wade and maybe with somebody at the county level about this fireworks thing. So we can try to discourage anything happening out in the country or during a burn ban or something like that. So they can
Well,
have some teeth on it.
I would suggest waiting until Randall came in and
Yeah,
did his thing with, because he and Wade have been talking, I know, about
Right.
putting some teeth and I'm not speaking for Randall, but I think it would be best to let Randall come in and then propose that question to him when he comes in.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to get,
Right.
just where we can kind of be ahead of
Right.
the gets dry and stuff.
Right.
4th of July goes on.
Because the whole problem is that we've had the burn permits now for
5-6 years.
for longer.
More than that. Back when Bill
Probably
Walker.
10, 15 years.
Maybe.
Because that was when Bill Walker was here.
Well,
And so, we've never
Put an enforcement too.
We've never put any enforcement to,
Habitual violators.
habitual violators.
Speed offenders.
Right.
well, that brings up another thing, 'cause I called Angie, we burned the, elevator the other day, and I called in, I got told to call emergency preparedness, I called them, nobody was there. I called the sheriff's department, they didn't know who to contact, I called Angie.
For what?
We were gonna burn at the, elevator. We had some, pile of boxes and some pallets, And just a burn permit that they had us when they came out, and I put my name on it to call in when we burn and call in when we were done burning. But it was like, I don't know if we need to, I don't know what we need to do, but I spent a lot of time on the phone.
Normally all you do is just call dispatch and say, I've got a
I
burn.
called dispatch. I think Angie's the one that told me to call dispatch.
I don't know. I think I told you a lot of places.
And I didn't mind bouncing around, but I mean, somebody.
But there shouldn't have been any bouncing around, because all it would have been was a controlled burn at certain locations.
Well, I had to tell when I finally called dispatch back, well, we're gonna do this and this, and I'm like, listen, I'm a commissioner. And when I said that, okay, call us back when it's out. I don't wanna do that, and I don't think anybody else should be in that position.
But nobody else does that. I'm just saying, all I do when I do a controlled burn is just call dispatch, give them the location.
Well, then, I tried.
Something didn't work out.
Whether it's a burn pot, whether it's a brush pile, or whatever, right?
Or pasture.
Or pasture, whatever, it's.
Well, I had to make quite a few phone calls.
You screwed up, Tom. No, I'm kidding.
And where's Tom at?
Just kidding.
He just got the room ready. We
Yeah,
didn't have to beat him up, we just got the room ready. You can move in early.
I'm doing someone else, okay?
That's all I had.
I have nothing.
How about you, Mike?
I got a couple things. I'm not gonna bring them up today because of the time, but I would like to see some questions about some properties that the hospital currently has control over. One of them being the clinic in Leroy, the building that they decided to shut down last year. It's just sitting there empty. And I assume it's empty, but it's probably full of hospital stuff.
Right.
But, got a medical clinic up across the street from the hospital here that's been sitting there for years dormant. I knew they had the chance to rent it out here a while back, and it kind of fell through for reasons. But there's a couple other properties up there that I think the county could take and put them back on the tax rolls and get something out of them in return versus sitting there.
Yeah.
And then,
Those properties would be in the county's name, right?
yes, yeah. And I remember when I was on the hospital board, there was some conversations about some ground that got sold up by the Meadows. There were several of them on it that had concerns because they didn't get the money back out of it.
But they did, didn't they?
Because when I left the hospital board, I don't think that they,
Oh, was that
ground by the Meadows there, those 5 acres.
oh,
I
there
don't
was,
recall, Angie, do you
I can't remember it either. Let me go back and look.
Because maybe we never did, but they brought up that they had been mowing the ground and caring for it and stuff, and thought that they were entitled to at least part of it anyhow.
And they have been throughout the years.
Yeah, right, but
So anyway, I just think there's some ground that there's potentially sitting there that probably if nothing's going to transpire with it, or it probably needs to be addressed and put back on the tax rolls to get something out of it. So.
yeah, the only thing, I mean, the one in Leroy, I don't see what they need that for again. Now, the one up here across from the hospital, you wouldn't think they might ever need it. I thought it was used for storage. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I remember at a board meeting, they were gonna go over and clean it out and try to get it out of the building.
Which there's more land.
Never happened.
I see.
Last year, so.
That was just,
I just got.
I don't know who told me that. That was the impression.
I don't know. I remember the ground selling there by the Meadows. But also, I can't remember.
We paid them for sunset.
We paid them for
Sure
sunset.
that.
County Board of Commissioners, they got it for the minutes.
Okay.
And then, here's.
So they made
ours
$88,000
$88,000.
in the properties in the.
75,
It was 16,000 an acre is what it sold for.
we had it plotted out in
Three little
Yeah,
subsections.
run out.
Three
Figure out
sections.
which parcels.
And then I guess the person who bought it had trouble getting infrastructure.
Yeah,
to put
this
houses
is
on.
on, what's exempt.
Well, that's a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother issue, isn't it?
Agreed. Yeah, because we're going to reduce that housing. Correct. Correct.
We may not have paid them for that. I'll have to do some more digging and see, but I'm searching under all the vendors we have and
Maybe we just discussed it, but, that was part of the conversation, that they said that they help maintain it,
And they have.
Right.
Chamber bucks, does the Chamber of Commerce sponsor the lawn of the month anymore for the cities? Have they ever done anything like that, or?
Here recently, they have not, but they've changed it several times here, so.
I know the city of Burlington doesn't do it anymore.
Newstrom does it on their own, sponsored by the city.
Waverly used to do it all the time, but I'm not sure if they, I haven't done it for a while.
That's because you're always busy, you don't have time to sit home and do your yard.
Yeah, right.
So, I didn't know if that's something, maybe I could go visit with the chamber director, the new lady, and ask her if something, would you be interested in?
We'll find
community
some
improvements?
find some board of director members from the chamber.
Yep.
Ollie Myers is on that.
Yeah, Matt Harmon.
Matt Harmon.
Okay.
Sarah Stewart, Holmesville,
Holmesville.
Yeah.
Blake.
I didn't know if that was something the chamber could throw in, a little incentive to the cities to support that program if it was brought with it.
It wouldn't hurt.
No, it's kind of an incentive for people to.
But see, if the chamber did it, they probably have to do it countywide.
Right. If you could go to the cities and find the ones that were willing to participate in it. Other than that, that's all I got for now.
Well, enough.
God, he's on a roll today, isn't he?
He'll see my notebook, just wait.
Don't you have anything?
Huh?
I'll shut up, I don't have anything.
Well, I'll try to be quick.
Okay.
I attended the KNRC meeting last Monday night. Tim Johnson and I went, and I copied all of the information that they handed out that night, because I don't want to take the time and read the whole thing. I'll just read their mission statement. Kansas Natural Resource Coalition is a coalition of counties led by commissioners who monitors and, when appropriate, intervenes to reduce the impact of federal government's overreach on member counties and their citizens in the areas of human environment, natural resources, and land use. And, this group isn't out to destroy the environment or anything, but some of the regulations, like you read in here, milkweed is poisonous to livestock, but they're trying to get it where if you kill any milkweed, whether intentionally or unintentionally, because that is connected to the monarch butterflies, that you can be possibly prosecuted. So I mean, there's some real things in here that get, we've all read the horror stories about the huge ranches and stuff that get in the big lawsuits over where a fence has been for 100 years, and they go back and rebuild some of the fence in the same spot, and they haul them to jail. That's the kind of thing that these people are helping protect against. And I think Greenwood County has joined now, and Anderson County, and I think Woodson County was considering it, but they wanted some more information. They haven't joined yet, so I really feel like it's really worth our money to belong to it. I feel like they help protect us from a lot of overreach. So.
Are we involved in it now?
Yes, we're members. Yes, that's why I've tried to go every time, and it's pretty interesting. And got some really active people, and it's kind of got started out west with lesser prairie chicken is how this thing kind of got started, and that's in here. They won the case against the feds about that, and So a lot of the commissioners who are real leaders in this, a lot of them started in western Kansas, and man, they've got some guys on there, president, vice president, who are, they're on the ball, they can think outside of the box, and it's pretty impressive. I enjoy being a part of it, so. And that's all I've got for today. Everything else I've had's been addressed already, so. Angie, you gonna poop the party here, or what?
Yeah. Well, I don't really have much other than, so I suppose by next Monday I should have all the board applicants ready.
Yeah.
Because they'll start having meetings again. You wanna make sure you have a quorum on your board. So
Yeah.
I'll try to gather all those so you can make decisions on. Have any last minute people come in, I guess, next Monday, if I can get them here.
And the one is re-upping, is that correct, Ed?
Yes, and I don't know why she didn't get it in yet, but, I got a message back from the library director, and she said she'll have her get it in as soon as possible.
So would she see us Monday or
I'll try to get her
teleconference
Monday,
us
yeah, I'll try to
or
get her.
something?
You entered out some applications, haven't you?
Yes. And, so, let's see, I think it's been a week or two since I started putting a little bit more in the minutes. Are you guys happy with that? It's been a few years since I used to do that way, so I'm kind of a little rusty trying to figure out.
Looks pretty detailed to me.
I mean, I don't want to be too detailed, but I want to at least give you a brief summary, and then,
As long as it can be written in the written agenda or minutes that we have discussed things, I think that's very important.
Yes,
Now,
I
what you're doing on it is just a synopsis, and then if they see it there, they can go to YouTube.
I think
And
that.
there is a recorded record of it.
Yeah.
And I think it's, a good service to the citizens so they can refer back without having to go watch hours and hours of video.
Yeah, if you can see what order all those things are in, you're like, or even for us, like, when did we talk about that and go back and not spend, like you say, an hour trying to find it?
Anyway, that's all I have.
Can you get out a memo or somebody in your office to all the department heads and maybe some to all employees about if they have concerns over the health insurance, make sure they get with Edison during enrollment, because I think what I've read through one of those memos, everyone needs to meet with them regardless. If they're going to sign up for something new or not.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at that.
Yeah,
Kind of catching me off guard there.
but I think that would be an opportune time.
Yep.
And then also maybe make contact with you guys in the office there if there's concerns too, so we can double attack that.
Yeah.
Only last thing is I need to get pictures when you're done.
So we adjourn first, or, okay, anybody have anything else? Guess we'll adjourn at 3:56. Thank you, everyone.
I'll just give you a hard time.
Good time, say bye.
I'll just give you a hard time. Thanks, man.
Switch is still on.
I didn't say anything bad.
I know you didn't.
Sorry.
Okay.